CAB meeting starts at 10:30.
10:30. So, and did this one start at 10:30 or thereabouts?
It always starts at 10:30.
I see.
It's a standing arrangement.
So at some stage before that, you had a meeting with Mr. Ramaphosa before you went to the
Yes,
Cabinet Committee meeting.
yes, Mr. Chairman, before I went to the cabinet meeting, I saw Mr. Ramaphosa.
Where did you meet him?
It was in the morning
Where?
in Cape Town.
Where? Like big place, Cape Town. Where in Cape Town?
Normally, cabinet meetings takes place at Dinace.
No, sorry, you're not understanding me. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's my fault. I'm not putting the question clearly enough. Where did you meet Mr. Ramaphosa?
Where?
Where?
In Cape Town.
Yes, I know. Where in Cape Town?
Dean Hayes. That's where
In
we
the
hold.
Dinace. In the
Dinace, yes. That's where we hold, Mr. Chairman, our CAB meetings. Because he was the deputy chair of the National Planning Commission, and the chairperson was Mr. Trevor Manuel, I bumped into him coming from Minister Manuel's office.
I see. So was that in Mark's building?
No. Mr. Manuel's office, it's at Good Hope,
Good Hope.
which has access into Tinace.
Yes.
And come through the passage which we normally use for the cabinet meetings.
I see. So you met Mr. Ramaphosa where at Good Hope or in the Tainus or in the passage between?
Outside Tinace.
Outside Tainus.
Yes.
And how long was your discussion with him?
It was not very long because
How
I
long?
was also, I would say maybe about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I see. So that was before 10:30 on the Wednesday morning.
It was before 10:30.
Now, you clearly have a recollection that you had the telephone conversation with him earlier that morning. But it appears from contemporaneous email that Mr. Ramaphosa sent to Mr. Farlam, who's the chairman of Lonmin, at 47 minutes after midnight on the Wednesday morning, that he said he had a discussion with you. He had already had a telephonic discussion with you and had arranged to meet you. So that clearly is in Cape Town, which clearly is a reference to the meeting which you had, as you explained to us. Now, it does look, does it not, as if your memory must be failing you on the question as to when the telephonic conversation took place. It look, I don't think anything turns on it, but it looks as if it must have been on some stage on the Tuesday. Would that be a fair assumption?
Mr. Chairman, I've said there were two. He called me, which was the 14th. I returned his call and he called me. We had a discussion about having a meeting. We never had it. It's like arranging a meeting, Mr. Chairman, more than having an extensive discussion. That was on the 14th.
Yes. He, of course, does say that he didn't just arrange a meeting. He does say, and I don't know whether you agree with this, perhaps Advocate Pillay will take that up, but he does say that he told you in the telephonic conversation, it would appear, that your silence and inaction about what was happening at Lonmin was bad for you and the government. Now, did he say that, Chair, in the telephonic conversation before the face-to-face meeting?
Well, it did indicate that he's concerned about my silence. Yes. And hence, I never responded to that. I said, let's meet tomorrow.
Yes. Did you say, as he says here, that you were going to issue a statement?
Well, on the 14th, I had indicated that we had started planning because the matter was coming to our attention as a department to say, indeed, we are going to respond in relation to what was going on.
By the response, you meant, I take it, that you'd respond by issuing a statement?
In clarifying the situation, because there was a sense that it's our responsibility as DMR.
So to go back to the question I asked initially, it does look, would you agree with me? I don't think anything turns on it. It does look, though, as if you had a discussion on the Tuesday at some stage with Mr. Ramaphosa. You'd agree, a discussion of a fairly brief nature, in which you arranged to meet face-to-face the following day in Cape Town. Because you would be there for the Cabinet Committee meeting, and he would be there for an announcement in respect to the National Planning Commission. Is that
correct, Mr. Chairman?
All right, thank you.
Well, Minister, may we look at Exhibit Quadruple J3, which is a summary of the list of calls made by Mr. Ramaphosa to yourself and to Minister Mtetwa. You'll see it will come up on the screen in a few minutes. see from this list of telephone calls that Mr. Ramaphosa called you, Minister, at 6:34 p.m. on the 14th, and that it appears it's a 5-second telephone call, so it appears that it was probably a message left for you. But there's two further calls on the 14th. There's one at 6:34:59 for 18 seconds, and there's one at 6:35:31 for 218 seconds. Now, do you have recollection of these telephone calls?
Can you do arithmetic for me? How many minutes are they?
It's around 4 minutes, the 218 seconds.
Seconds, was it?
218 seconds, around 3.5.
280.
218.
218. Oh, I see. Thank you.
It's about a 3.5 minute conversation.
Yes, it's 3.6 minutes, so just over 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it does confirm that we did discuss the issue of meeting.
But your testimony is that there was no content to the meeting in terms of what was happening at Lonmin and what was expected of you or asked of you.
Can you come again?
No, your testimony is that during that telephone call, all that was discussed was an arrangement to meet the next day in Cape Town, but there was no discussion between you and Mr. Ramaphosa in relation to the situation at Lonmin and what he was asking of you.
Mr. Chairman, nothing was asked from me. Hence, I'm saying that when he raised the issue of my silence, I felt that it's an issue for a discussion, and we couldn't do that over the phone. And if he was going to be in Cape Town, I was going to be in Cape Town, I felt it's important for us to meet and discuss the matter.
So you're saying, Minister, that during that telephone call on the 14th, Mr. Ramaphosa did raise with you what he perceived to be your silence on what was happening at Lonmin?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
So what we see in B 4.1, we can just go back to B 4.1, when Mr. Ramaphosa refers to a discussion he had with you, where he called you and he told you that your silence and inaction was bad for you and the government, that discussion actually did happen on the 14th.
Well, what he raised, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what he wrote to Mr. Roger, but what I can attest is that indeed, I felt it's important for us to talk when we're in Cape Town more than having a telephonic discussion.
Minister, my question is a different one. My question is whether what Mr. Ramaphosa has reflected in this email, is that consistent with your recollection of the telephone call between you and Mr. Ramaphosa on the 14th?
Well, if you talk about what is here, what I can tell you in terms of what is here, it's about the inaction. And on the basis of that, Mr. Chairman, I didn't want to enter into a discussion with him on the matter. Hence, I felt it's important for us to talk about this matter when I see him.
It sounds actually as if you said two things from what he said, and I think you've already agreed with that. But let's just get clarity. He said to you, he spoke to you about your silence, and I take it indicated he didn't think it was a good idea for you to be silent. And then you made two answers, as I understand it. The first thing is we're going to respond, and you've already said you're going to respond by issuing a statement. So you said, we're going to issue a statement. But you then said, then it turned out you'd both be in Cape Town on the Wednesday, and you then said, let's have a meeting and discuss it. Is that essentially what happened?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Minister, according to Mr. Ramaphosa, based on his discussion with you on the 14th, you agreed to issue a statement. Now, I'll take you to the records and we'll show you that, in fact, your spokesman does issue a statement the next day. Now, what I want to clarify with you, was that the outcome of the discussion you had with Mr. Ramaphosa on the 14th?
It did not arise, Mr. Chairman, it did not arise out of our discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa. We already had agreed that we were going to issue a statement, so it does not arise because of that discussion.
Now, when Mr. Ramaphosa refers to your silence and your inaction, Minister, did you agree with him that you had been silent and that there hadn't been sufficient action from you in respect of what was happening at Lonmin?
That's two questions rolled up in one.
Apologize, Chief.
So I think the first question is, I take it she's, in a sense, responded to the first part because she said, her answer was, we're going to issue a statement. In effect, we are going to respond. And the response that was envisaged was going to be the statement that was, I take it, already being prepared or had been prepared. The second part of the question is, of course, the action one. So perhaps you could put the two questions separately, and we'll then get two separate answers.
Let me do that, Chair. Minister, I apologize. Let me deal with the first issue. When Mr. Ramaphosa indicated to you that he thought that you were silent on what had happened at Lonmin, did you agree with him?
Well, what happened on the day is that when he raised the matter telephonically to say that we are silent, and as I said that, we said we're not silent. Already, during the day, we had agreed that we must issue a statement in relation to what was going on, Mr. Chairman, then.
And in fact, it went further than that, had it not, Minister. Can we look at quadruple Q 1.1? We see, Minister, that this is a press article dated the 14th of August. It's at 16:55. So will you confirm that that would have been before any discussion between you and Mr. Ramaphosa?
No, I can't recall.
It looks like it, doesn't it? The telephone conversation that we saw from the telephone records occurred, you know, the one with 3.5 minutes, occurred at about sometime just after 6:30 in the evening. And this article written by Mr. Rees has the timeline 16:55, that's 5 to 5. So this was about slightly over an hour and a half before you had your conversation with Mr. Ramaphosa. That appears right, doesn't it?
Yes, it means I spoke to him after I had gone to Brakpan.
Yes, no, you spoke to him according to the telephone records after 6:30 in the evening. Whereas this report that Advocate Pillay is putting to was apparently published electronically at least at 5 to 5 that afternoon. So it was about an hour and a half before you spoke to Mr. Ramaphosa. That appears to be correct. Am I right?
Well, if I look at the time and the previous one, in the records of the telephones or of the phone calls, it will be correct.
And in this press report, Minister, we see that the writer is referring to a visit that you made to Brakpan and certain comments that you made there in relation to what was transpiring at Lonmin. And specifically, if you look at the third paragraph, it stated, meanwhile, Minister of Mineral Resources Susan Shabangu was in Brakpan, where she told the media that finding peace is now the key concern. Now, did that relate to what was happening at Lonmin at the time?
That's correct.
And you go further, Minister, as a country we have a law and we must abide by the law. She said, indicating that if workers wanted to go on strike, they have to use the steps provided by the labor relations laws.
Indeed, it's true.
And further, it is not only about Lonmin at the moment, it is about the mining industry as a whole. It is about stabilizing the whole platinum sector. Do you see that, Minister?
That's correct.
Can you confirm that that's what you said in Brakpan?
Confirmed.
And importantly, and this is the part I'd like to deal with, you say it is unacceptable to see people dying.
Indeed, that's correct.
So from this we see, Minister, that by the 14th, you were aware that there had been multiple deaths as a result of what was happening at Lonmin during the period.
That's correct.
And you clearly were speaking out about both the strike and the violence, because you made this statement on the 14th.
That's correct.
So when Mr. Ramaphosa says to you on the evening of the 14th that that your silence and inaction is not appropriate, that's not exactly an accurate reflection of what you knew and what you were saying at that stage.
But well, if you look at, Mr. Chairman, the statement, it was a statement made with the media whilst I was at Brakpan. And it was not yet published by then. I would assume that it was not in the public space because I had gone to deal with issues of illegal mining. So when the media approached me and raised these issues, this is how I responded. So it was not in the public space yet.
But the important part, I just want to emphasize, Minister, is at that stage you knew about the violence at Lonmin.
Well, if, Mr. Chairman, I would say I didn't know, I would be telling a lie because it was public knowledge. It was in the media, it was all over. So if I say I didn't know, I would really be lying to the Commission.
And because you saw what was happening at Lonmin to be closely related to what was happening to the platinum sector at large, it was of keen interest to you to be kept abreast of what was happening at Lonmin.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would say yes, indeed, because we regulate the industry. It's in our interest to know what is going on there.
Now, if we can go back to B 4.1. The last thing I want to deal with you on this particular email, Minister, is the last line of paragraph 1, where Mr. Ramaphosa says, I told her that I would also be in Cape Town and suggested that we have a discussion, and this is the important bit, and see what she needs to do. Does that accord with your recollection of your telephone discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa?
Whether I recall, but indeed, it was important for me to respond, Mr. Chairman, because it was a cause for concern. If you read my statement and that statement, they are correlating.
Minister, my question is a different one. Mr. Ramaphosa says here that the discussion that you and he were to have the next day would be about what you need to do. That's important, but are you confirming that that was what you and he had agreed on the 14th?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, we know, Minister, that on the 13th of August, you received a letter from Lonmin. Can I just refer you to quadruple Q2? No, it's quadruple Q2, the letter from Lonmin. We see, Minister, this is a letter addressed to you by Mr. Albert Jamison, who was the Chief Commercial Officer of Lonmin at the time. Do you recall whether you actually received this letter, Minister?
Only saw it the following week.
I see, so you didn't receive this letter on...
I never received that. I only find it in my office after the following week because I
You'll
was
notice it's sent to her office in Pretoria at the Treverna campus.
Now, the one issue I wanted to deal with in relation to this letter, Minister, and...
The question I want to deal with before Advocate Pillay deals with her further question, to get the context right. The letter was sent to your Pretoria office at the Taverna campus. So that's why you say you only saw it the following week. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
I see it at the end of the letter. It was copied to Dr. Ramanija. He was the DG of your department, was he?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Now, did you have discussions with Dr. Ramanija during the course of the period from the 13th of August to the 16th?
Let me explain, Mr. Chairman. On the 13th, I was not in the office. On the 14th, I was not in the office. I was out in the field. On the 15th, I was in Cape Town. Then came back on the 15th in the evening from Cape Town to prepare for my Women's Day conference, which was on the 16th. So before then, this letter, whilst it was sent to the office, I never had an opportunity, or it was never brought directly to my attention before then.
You haven't answered my question. I'll repeat it. During the period from the 13th to the 16th of August, did you have any discussions or communications with the DG of your department?
No, not yet, Mr. Chairman.
I see. Thank you.
Minister, if I could ask you to turn to the second page of that letter. And we see in the last paragraph of that letter that Lonmin is making two suggestions to you. Now, we accept that you didn't receive the letter on the 13th, but I'd like to deal with these two suggestions very briefly with you, Minister. The two suggestions they're making is that, one, the state should bring its might to bear on this crucial sector, which is more or less consistent with what we see happen during the period in question. Do you agree, Minister?
Mr. Chairman, can you repeat yourself?
I'm saying the first bullet point. Now, when we look back with hindsight, the two suggestions made by Lonmin before the tragedy of the 16th. Let's deal with the first one, where Lonmin is saying that there are two suggestions. The first suggestion is that the state should bring its might to bear on this crucial sector, using resources at its disposal to resolutely bring the situation under control. Now, you will agree that when we look at, for example, quadruple B4, and your meeting with Mr. Ramaphosa, Mr. Ramaphosa's discussions with the Minister of Police at the time, etc., that seems to be consistent with what transpired during the period.
Well, I can't say yes because I saw it very late. It never came to my attention, so I can't confirm it.
What the question is, Minister, is when you look at the first suggestion, that the state put its full might to bear in order to bring the situation in Lonmin under control, that is consistent with what actually happened over the period in question. Isn't that correct?
I'm not privy to this detail which you're referring me to, so hence I can't confirm the issue of state intelligence, the issue of the army, all those issues. I can't confirm, you know.
But let's deal with the second suggestion, Minister. And I raise this with you because it's going to become quite an important theme for the further questions that I'm going to pose to you during the course of the morning. The second one is perhaps you could invite NUM and AMCU top leadership with our executive and others in the mining industry to meet with you in an effort to understand the drivers of the situation, but at the very least to issue a joint statement condemning the violence and urging all to work together to restore peace and stability. Now, the second suggestion, Minister, wouldn't that have been a very logical way to approach the violence at Lonmin at the time?
Well, we regarded that as a labor matter. Whilst we were concerned about the violence, to invite them, maybe it would have been logic, but unfortunately we never saw this proposal.
You as Minister were aware about the labor matter, we accept that. You were also keenly aware of the violence which accompanied the strike. Isn't that correct?
Indeed, it was. I was aware.
You were concerned about the effect of the strike and the violence on the platinum sector as a whole. Isn't that correct?
Indeed. It was a concern for anyone who's a South African.
In fact, we see from your statements, Minister, that it goes beyond that, that you were keenly aware of the importance of presenting the mining sector as the sector of choice for investment in South Africa. Isn't that correct?
I'm not privy about making mining a sector of choice in South Africa.
Did you not, Minister, weren't you keen on attracting foreign investment to the mining sector during your time as Minister of Mineral Resources?
Well, that's part of a responsibility of any government to invite investments into its country.
And so the stability of the mining sector was an important factor in respect of how you conducted your work as the Minister of Mineral Resources.
That's correct.
And the stability of the platinum sector would have been a key component to you effectively performing your function as Minister of Mineral Resources.
That's correct.
And therefore, instability at Lonmin was a key concern for you in terms of not only what was happening at Lonmin, but the platinum sector as a whole, and therefore the economy as a whole.
That's correct.
So at the time when you were aware about the strike, you were aware about the underlying labor issue, but you were also aware of the violence that accompanied the strike and the instability that this caused. Why did you not consider bringing about all of the stakeholders to try and understand, or bringing together all the stakeholders to try and understand what was the drivers of the violence, what was causing the violence, and whether or not there was any possibility of bringing about an amicable resolution?
Well, we had engaged with the Chamber of Mines, Mr. Chairman, which was better placed to bring the parties together, because at that point, what was at play, it was not AMCU as such, but there were workers' committees which were involved. So we had a discussion with the Chamber of Mines to intervene in trying to bring parties together.
Minister, as I understand your statement, the initiative by the Chamber of Mines was just that. It was their initiative. That was not an initiative that was instigated by the government.
We did influence that because I spoke to Mr. Teke, who was the Deputy President of the Chamber.
So do I understand you, Minister, to be saying that you requested the Chamber of Mines to initiate a process which would bring all the stakeholders together to try and resolve the situation?
We had a discussion with the Deputy President of the Chamber to facilitate, because at that point in time, for us as the department or as government, we had never interacted with AMCU, and the information we had was that there were various players through, what do you call it, committees, workers' committees at Lonmin.
But Minister, was it not open to your office at that stage to take the initiative and bring about the situation in the second bullet point there, rather than wait for the Chamber of Mines to do it?
The Chamber was already involved, and ours, it's that the issue was about workers' committees at that point. And in terms of our MIGDET arrangement, we had never engaged with AMCU before.
Did not the deteriorating circumstances perhaps call for a different approach initiated by your offices?
We never initiated as the office, because the Chamber also does become involved when it comes to labor matters at various points. And hence we thought that the proposal by the Chamber, as we're having a discussion that they must take over and bring the parties together, was better.
And so you accept, Minister, that there was no initiative driven by your office, driven by the DMR, to try and bring the stakeholders together in order to understand the cause of the violence and to try and bring about an amicable resolution?
We didn't become involved at the initial stages.
I think, Minister, I think we should just go back to quadruple B 4.1 very briefly. I just want to tie up one loose end. If we can go back to 4.1, I did mention to you that on the 15th, we do see a press report reflecting a statement by your spokesperson. And I just want us to refer to that press report. It's quadruple Q 1.3. And if we can just go further down, you'll see that your spokeswoman issues a statement, Minister. The Minister is gravely concerned and is condemning the violence at Lonmin's Marikana mine and will engage the Minister of Police. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Now, Minister, I'm going to put to you that there's a clear difference in tone between this statement issued by your spokesperson on the 15th and the statement you made at Brakpan on the 14th. On the 14th, you recognize the deaths at Lonmin and you indicate that the deaths are unacceptable. On the 15th, after your discussions with Mr. Ramaphosa, we see a different tone to your statement, because now your statement's indicating we will engage with the Minister of Police. Now, can you tell us, Minister, specifically what is it that you are going to engage with the Minister of Police about?
Well, if you read my statement on the 14th and what was issued by the spokesperson, it's two different statements. I've never said I'll engage the police, Mr. Chairman.
So when your spokeswoman is quoted as saying that the Minister is concerned, that she's condemning the violence, and that she will engage with the Minister of Police, are you saying that she was wrongly quoted, that you never indicated that you will engage with the Minister of Police?
Well, I've never said I'll engage with the Minister of Police, Mr. Chairman. In fact, during this period, the spokesperson was sick because she was responsible for planning for the Women's Day, and she was not at work. We only saw her on the 16th. There were other issues she was supposed to deal with, and she was not to be found anywhere.
So you deny, Minister, that on the 15th, you were intending to engage with the Minister of Police on what was happening at Lonmin?
Well, on the 15th, I raised it with Mr. Ramaphosa, but I've never said the spokesperson must issue the statement.
We know what time the statement is now on the screen, which is the third item in the bundle, so it's presumably exhibit quadruple Q 1.3. Do we know at what time that statement was issued?
Unfortunately, this is a SAPA press report, so there's no time reflected in the actual report.
All right, well, perhaps I can interrupt you for a moment, Ms. Pillow, by asking this question. Can you tell us, I don't think you've told us yet, but you told us more or less, but can you tell us roughly what time you met Mr. Ramaphosa on the Wednesday in the passage between Good Hope and the Tones? The meeting was 10:30. I understood you to say it was before the meeting.
It was before 10:30, Mr. Chairman.
Was it just before 10:30, closer to 10 o'clock? Or?
Well, I cannot be specific, but it was just...
it was before 10:30.
It was before 10:30.
And did you at any stage speak to anyone in your department, or was someone from your department present when you spoke to Mr. Ramaphosa, so that people in the department, apart from you, would know that you'd had this discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa and there'd been mention of your communicating with the Minister of Police?
Mr. Chairman, no one was there. I was alone with Mr. We bumped into each other. So
you bumped into each other by design, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly. It was by design, yes, coming out of that.
You see, it does look as if someone in your department, even if Ms. Jakuja was off sick, presumably she spoke to the journalist concerned, and she appears to have known, or possibly to have thought, that you were going to engage with the Minister of Police, and we know that you spoke to Mr. Ramaphosa just before 10:30 about talking to the Minister of Police, because that's what you told us. So is it possible that that information somehow got across to someone in the department, even though the discussion between you and Mr. Ramaphosa was on a one-to-one basis?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I must say that no one in the department knew about what I was going to raise or discuss with Mr. Ramaphosa.
Concern with something different, and that after you had your meeting with Mr. Ramaphosa, according to what you've told us, you were going to, am I right? You were going to endeavour to contact the Minister of Police. I think you told us you weren't able to do so, but you were going to endeavour to contact him. So, which I take it means you were going to engage with him, whatever that expression means. Now, my question is, did anybody in your department, after your brief meeting with Mr. Ramaphosa in the passage between Good Hope and the Tainais, did anyone in your department know that you were going to endeavour to contact the Minister of Police, that you were going, in other words, to endeavour to, quote, engage with the Minister of Police?
Mr. Chairman, may I state, no one knew. I was in Cape Town, and the spokesperson was in Pretoria or around Pretoria, and I never had an opportunity to engage anyone from the department.
I think when you're in Cape Town, you have officials with you, do you? You don't come in, you're not the only person from the parliamentary office of the department in Cape Town at that stage? Was Parliament not sitting at the time?
Mr. Chairman, can you rephrase your question?
I say, you were in Cape Town to attend this meeting. Was no one else from your department or from the parliamentary office of your department in Cape Town that day?
Mr. Chairman, when I'm in Cape Town, we have a parliamentary officer who works there. Then I have my personal assistant, I have the receptionist, I have the clerk in the office. So when it comes to such matters, Mr. Chairman, I don't discuss with them because it's issues distance from them.
Are you telling us that you didn't tell anybody in your department that you were going about your discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa and what you were going to try to do after your discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa?
Indeed, Mr. Chairman, I had no discussion with my office, nor anyone in the department about, first, my engagement with Mr. Ramaphosa. Two, on what is it that I was going to discuss with Mr. Ramaphosa.
I understand that, but after the meeting with Mr. Ramaphosa, you went straight into the cabinet committee meeting, didn't you?
Indeed, I went into the straight cabinet meeting.
Yes, and how long did the cabinet committee meeting take?
Well, it was not a long meeting, a long committee that day, because there were fewer items on the agenda.
And when it was over, what did you do?
Well, when it was over, I went back to the office.
You went back to, that's the parliamentary office
Yes.
of your department.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Did you meet anybody there who's on the staff of the department?
No.
Your PA?
The PA was there.
Yeah.
I don't discuss substantive issues with the personal assistant, Mr. President.
Anybody else in the parliamentary office there?
Well, the parliamentary officer, she's responsible for coordination of parliamentary issues, so I don't discuss with her such matters.
You say you told no one in your department about what you discussed with Mr. Ramaphosa. Is that your evidence?
That's true, Mr. Chairman.
Did you tell anybody at all, apart from people in your office? You know, because information might have got to Ms. Zakuja by some slightly longer route. Did you tell anybody at all after your meeting with Ramaphosa, Mr. Ramaphosa,
Well,
briefly, what you discussed with him and what you had undertaken to do?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I told nobody because the people I thought I was going to raise with, they were not there. So because the actual people I wanted to raise with this matter were not available, I didn't see any necessity to raise it with my office.
Thank you. Did Mr. Ramaphosa communicate any sense of urgency to you when he spoke to you?
We spoke about the violence.
And action to deal with the violence would have been urgent, I take it.
Well, we didn't talk about the action. I just indicated that I was going to raise it with the president and raise it with the Minister of Police.
Yeah, but raising it, never mind the president's moment, raising with the Minister of Police, would that have been an urgent matter, or was that something that you could do in the course of time?
Well, I intended to raise with them because there was it had a direct bearing with violence which was going on, but also with the president to say the sector is facing a challenge.
No, my question was more concerned about the urgency of the matter. Urgency of the need, as Mr. Ramaphosa had mentioned, for you to raise it with the Minister of Police. Was that an urgent matter that you had to do as quickly as you could, as soon as you could? Or was it something that could wait till next week?
Well, I wanted to raise it with the cabinet because that would have been the appropriate forum for me, with the president, who is my employer, or who I account to. I was going to raise it with the president. Unfortunately, I did not find the president, because it means I was also going to seek guidance from those people in dealing with the matter.
From which people were you going to seek guidance?
As the president and the Minister of Police then.
I see. And now the president, I take it, wouldn't have been at this cabinet committee meeting, would he?
The president was not available on that particular day, and the Minister of Police was not there.
I see, thank you.
Now, Minister, I'd like to go to Exhibit B 4.2.
Mr.
Which-
Chairman, I'm so sorry to intervene. I just know from the exchange which has just occurred that it may save a lot of time and delay later on if the witness can simply clarify who normally attends these cabinet committee meetings. It might be helpful.
I'd like a good suggestion, Mr. Bardno. I'm sure, Ms. Pillay, you don't mind adopting Mr. Bardno's question.
Not at all.
Putting it to the
As long
witness.
as I get some of Mr. Bardno's time, Chair, that's in jest. No, I don't.
Of course. Well, you've given you quite a lot of his time because he didn't take very long in chief, did he? All right. You've heard Mr. Bardno's question, which Ms. Pillay has adopted. Repeat the question there, just so the witness understands exactly what it is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can see that this is something that might save a lot of time later on, and by all means my learned friend can have all the time she needs from me, subject to your approval. The question is...
I'm in the queue, Chairperson.
The witness should perhaps be requested to explain who she expected might be at this cabinet committee meeting from normal attendance, because I think we normally would suppose that the cabinet committee meetings are not attended by the president or the Minister of Police, and that's something that perhaps she should clarify.
Don't explain the answer you expect. Just let's just Mr. Shabangu, you've heard what Mr. Bardno said. Who are the people whom you normally would expect to see at a cabinet committee meeting of the kind that you were going to attend?
Well, we have about 5 cabinet committees, which differs, and this particular one is the one on economy and employment infrastructure committee. You would normally expect that it sits on a fortnight. They sit on fortnight, and fortnight it's the cabinet meeting, the full cabinet. In the committees, it's those who attend, it's the relevant ministers when it comes to the economic cluster who will deal with economy, and their deputies. That would also include the president, if he's around, and the deputy president. And also to further say that with ministers, ministers can attend any cabinet committee if they want to. So on the basis of that, I had thought that the Minister of Police will be attending, because on Wednesdays, the social cluster CAP committee sits before the economic cluster. So I was hoping to see him there, or if he had attended, or together with the economic committee meeting. So that's how it's structured. And the president can attend, the deputy president can attend if they want to or they are available.
I take it none of those gentlemen was present.
No, none of those were...
The president, I think, was in Maputo. at a SADC meeting. That's according to the evidence we've heard.
On a Wednesday, he had not left for Maputo.
He hadn't left yet, but he was
Yeah, I
he was
think
he
so,
was going
yeah.
there. As we
He was
understand.
going to
He was
go to
there when
Maputo.
a message was sent to him, stating in the course of that evening, early hours of the next morning, what had happened in Marikana. So he was on his way to Maputo or shortly to leave for Maputo. Is that correct?
That might have been correct because the SADC was starting on Thursday.
Yes. And the deputy president, he wasn't there either, not at the committee meeting.
He was not, if
And the
my
minister-
memory serves me well, I don't think he was there.
And according to the Minister of Police, he was traveling around in KwaZulu, the KwaZulu province, KwaZulu-Natal province, in the course of his duties as Minister of Police. So he wasn't there either.
But he was not available in the meeting. He did not attend the Cape Committee meeting.
Minister, you are intending to speak to the Minister of Police and the President. What is it that you were intending to raise with him?
I intended to raise the violence which was going on around Marikana.
But we know that you knew about the violence already on the 14th. So why is it that you only waited until after your discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa in order to urgently raise these issues with the Minister of Police and the President?
It had nothing to do with Mr. Ramaphosa. I had already made my own decision that when I see my colleagues, I will raise this matter.
So your discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa didn't serve as some form of catalyst, which pointed you to raising the issue with the Minister of Police and the President?
Not at all.
Now, when you raised the matter, when you discussed the violence with the Minister of Police and the President, what is it that you wanted them to do?
Well, when you reach a point and you realize that the issue is bigger than you raise it with relevant people. Because I thought it's important, and it is a convention in government that if a minister has an issue which he believes he wants to share with the President, we do that. So there was nothing untoward.
That wasn't really the question, Minister, but before I deal with that, can I just ask you, you said when you reach a point when you realize the issue is bigger than you. When did you reach that point, Minister, when you realized that the issue at Lonmin was bigger than you?
When that started occurring.
Sorry, when what started occurring, Minister?
People started being killed during this process.
Well, we know that people started being killed already on the evening, on the morning of the 11th. So on the 11th, early in the morning on the 12th. Early in the morning on the 12th. So when you say, Minister, that when that happened, that was on the 12th. So when did that issue become bigger than you?
Bigger than me when I realized that I've got to report it to the President, to the Minister of Police.
And when did you realize that?
I don't know.
Now, I asked Minister, I'm not sure that the answer was a direct one to my question. I asked you, what is it that you wanted the Minister of Police or the President to do?
Well, if you have an issue, Mr. Chairman, which you realize it's not in your control, you raise it with relevant people. It was not going to be correct for me just to keep quiet because I had to ask brief the President to say there's this situation happening within the mining industry through the Lonmin situation.
But you see, Minister, you choose specifically the Minister of Police. You don't want to raise this, for example, with the Minister of Labour, even though you have characterized this as a labour issue. You choose to raise this with the Minister of Police and with the President. Now, why specifically the Minister of Police?
Well, I raised it because people were dying.
I think it was more complicated than that. It wasn't just people were dying, people were being killed. And prima facie, when people are being killed, there is very often an element of criminal responsibility. People are being, if they are killed, unless they die of natural causes or something akin to that, they're very often, circumstances the kind we're dealing with, would be killed because they're either being murdered or someone is killing them in circumstances which amount to culpable homicide. So there's a criminal element in the case of this, very often in the case of this kind. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, when Mr. Ramaphosa spoke to you, in the passageway that you've talked about, did he ask you to speak to the minister, please?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did he suggest to you you should consider speaking to the minister, please?
No, Mr. Chairman. I'm the one who raised the matter. I'm the one who said to him, I intend to raise the matter with the President and intend to raise the matter with the Minister of Police.
And what else did you tell him?
Those are the issues which I said I'm going to raise with the President.
Did you say what you were going to say to the minister, please?
No, we never discussed what I was going to say to the President or to the Minister of Police. When he also said there was a need for me to meet with their chairman was coming to South Africa. His proposal was that I must meet with Mr. Roger Filimo.
Is Mr. Jamison correct in this email that we have on the screen at the moment, quadruple B4, when he says that that morning, that's say the morning of Wednesday, the 15th of August, you said that you'd been briefed that this was a wage dispute and that management and unions should sit down and sort it out. Well, let me ask you a couple of questions. Did you appear on the, did you have an interview with the radio on that Wednesday morning?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did.
Was it on the SAFM?
It was on
It
SAFM.
was an AM Live program, I take it.
I think so.
Yes. So if necessary, we can get a recording from them of what you said. Can you remember what you said?
It was a phone. I was phoned by Mr. Xolani Gwala asking me about the situation, what is happening there, and I said the issue which the current challenge whilst there were killings there, it was a labor dispute. It emanates from wage negotiations of the two parties and the conflict between NUM and what was then the workers' committees at Lonmin.
And did you make the statement that is reported in this letter that, having said it was a wage dispute, as you just told us, did you say that management and the unions should sit down and sort it out?
Yes, I did say the parties need to come together and address the wage dispute.
And when Mr. Ramaphosa spoke to you, did he mention what you'd said on the radio and the characterization you'd given to the dispute?
I don't think he did raise it.
Not say to you, so I shouldn't put it in a leading form, did he say to you that this is far more than a wage dispute? This is a tragic series of events which involve criminal issues because serious crimes would appear to be committed, to being committed. Did he say that to you?
I raised it first to say there's a criminal element.
You
People are being dying. People are dying, and indeed, we're seeing a criminal act creeping into the situation.
And what was his comment when you said that to him?
Well, he agreed with me.
And you then told him you were going to raise it, you said, with the President
That
and,
I
with,
said-
and with the Minister, please.
Mr. Chairman, then I said that's precisely why I want to raise it with the President and the Minister of Police.
I take it he was satisfied when you told him that,
Well,
as far as
indeed-
you could tell.
Yeah, he was fine with it, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you.
Now, if we can go to triple B 4.6, Minister. This is an email from Mr. Ramaphosa to Mr. Jamison and others, where he reports back on the discussion he had with you in Cape Town. Now, he says, "Dear all, I have just had a discussion with Susan Shabangu in Cape Town. 1, she agrees that what we are going through is not a labor dispute, but a criminal act. And she will correct her characterization of what we are experiencing. Now, what it appears from one is that this specific issue was raised with you, Minister, by Mr. Ramaphosa during the discussion, and that he persuaded you that what they are going through is not a labor dispute but a criminal act.
I'm not sure that the persuasion element appears in paragraph 1. Paragraph 1 conveys the fact there was agreement, and it conveys the fact that she would correct the characterization. But I'm not sure whether you can say that these words in themselves convey unmistakably the impression that this agreement was the result of persuasion.
I think, Chair, if you, let me rephrase the question, particularly if you look at the last line of paragraph 1, she will correct her characterization of what we are experiencing. So it's clear from this, Minister, that Mr. Ramaphosa raised with you his view that you had incorrectly characterized the problem as a labor problem and not a criminal problem. What is your response to that?
I disagree, Mr. Chairman.
So you disagree that that was raised with you by Mr. Ramaphosa?
I disagree what is written here to say, I will correct my characterization.
Did you not say to him that having said already what you told us you said during the radio interview with Mr. Gwala about it being a wage dispute, management, the unions and so on were sorted out, did you not say to her, did you not say to him that you would correct that characterization and you would mention in future statements that there was this aspect of criminality which required attention? Did you not say that to him at all?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the issue of saying that it's no longer a labor dispute, that's what I'm correcting. And now it's been characterized as a criminal act. I've never said we are characterizing that dispute now as criminal, because the dispute was relevant. What I said, what was creeping in, was criminality or a criminal act. But it does not change the strike or the labor dispute to be a criminal or criminalizing the strike itself or the illegal action.
Minister, I accept that. If I can, I asked you earlier what it is that you wanted the President and specifically the Minister of Police to do. And if you look at paragraph 2 of Mr. Ramaphosa's email, it seems to address that point, because he says she is going into cabinet and will brief the President, and this is the important part, as well, and get the Minister of Police, Natim Tetwa, to act in a more pointed way. Now, is that a correct reflection of your discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa?
It's not a correct reflection. When I say I will raise it with the cabinet, with the President and the Minister of Police, it does not necessarily talk about a pointed way. I will raise it. I will raise it with the Minister. I think we need to realize...
What's the point of raising it with the Minister? I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry, you want to finish your answer first?
I'm saying that I will raise it, it does not mean that I wanted to have, or in the way it's written here. I've never... my intention was to raise it with him.
Raise it with him, but what did you want him to do about it? Why raise it with him if you didn't intend him to do anything? You must have intended him to do something.
Well, Mr.
That's
Chairman,
why you raised it, surely?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I had to raise it with him because people were dying.
No,
and yes,
I understand.
you know, you raise an issue not on the basis of that you want a particular action. Yes, you might look for an action, but many actions could come up.
Yes,
He's the Minister of Police.
Yes,
He knows what is going on.
So but you raised it with him, I take it. Look, I don't want to put words in your mouth because this is very important. But it's important we should understand what you're saying. You raised it with him, I take it, because you want him to do something or cause something to be done. Would that be correct?
Well, if you're going to a cabinet committee or a cabinet meeting and you raise the issue at that level, you're also looking at a possibility that they might come up with a solution or discuss it in cabinet. Hence, that's why I'm talking about the President, I'm talking about the Minister, because it was an issue which was beyond myself as the Minister of Mineral Resources.
I understand that. But what Mr. Ramaphosa says, that you apparently, you said that you were going to get the Minister of Police to act in a more pointed way. Now, you were going to raise it with him, that you concede that. And I understand you to concede, or am I wrong in my understanding, that your intention in raising it with him was to get him to take some action. Would that be fair?
Well, for him to look at the situation as a Minister of Police.
Yes. And obviously to do something.
Indeed, we expect him to do something about it.
Yes. So it is correct to say that you were going to raise it with him to get him to do something. That's
Well,
correct.
Well, Mr. Chairman, when you have something which is beyond your control, you pass it on to other people.
No, I understand that. Pillay, it's now time when we normally take the first comfort break. When it's convenient for you, please let me know and we'll take the break.
Chair, it's convenient. It's a convenient
Right,
time.
we'll take a break now for quarter of an hour.
See what you did, man.
Yes.
Now, if we look at paragraph 3 on this page, you'll see that there you state to Parliament that having spent countless hours, either in meetings or consultations with the affected parties, I've come to understand the events that started from a wildcat strike by approximately 3,000 rock drillers on the 10th of August, a day after we celebrated our National Women's Day. So this speech was given on the 21st of August, and you're telling Parliament that obviously between the 16th and the 21st, you spent countless hours either in meetings or consultations with the affected parties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, please. Now, can we deal with those countless hours that you spent in meetings or consultations? If you look at your statement, Minister, that's quadruple C5. And specifically at page 7 of quadruple C5. You set out in paragraph 17 of your statement that you called the minister to obtain better information from him. This is presumably immediately after you became aware of what transpired on the 16th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say in paragraph 18 you decided to travel to Marikana the following day in order to establish the facts, and that you were accompanied by senior officials from the Department of Mineral Resources. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Sorry, you say that you arrived in Marikana at 8 o'clock in the morning of the 17th. And from paragraph 19 onwards, you describe the stakeholders that you interacted with. And if you look at paragraph 19, you say we were initially briefed by Lonmin management, and that the briefing lasted for an hour. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You say in paragraph 20, we were requested to meet with the local representatives of NUM, and that NUM presented their views to the DMR delegation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You say also at 21 that that's the DMR delegation together with other government officials, were then briefed by SAPS, who clearly informed you of their role in what transpired on the 16th. Is that correct, Minister?
That's correct.
Apart from those stakeholders, apart from Lonmin and NUM and SAPS, who else did you see before the 21st of August in order to understand what transpired at Marikana?
Well, we had various meetings with the unions or the parties affected or involved in the process of after the 16th.
Minister, before the 21st,
That's correct. That's what I'm referring to.
you tell us in your statement that you met with Lonmin, you met with NUM, and you met with SAPS. Now, what didn't you mention in your statement? Who did you meet before the 21st in order to understand what transpired in Marikana?
I don't understand your question.
I'm saying, is there anyone else that you met that you don't mention in your statement in order to try and get an understanding of what transpired?
I'm saying stakeholders, and stakeholders refer to people we engage with on a regular basis. So if you were in my space, when I talk about stakeholders, Mr. Chairman, you'd understand I'm in labor, I'm in government departments. Yes, and business.
Yeah,
That is why when we call them stakeholders, Mr. Chairman, there's an understanding amongst ourselves to say which people are we referring to.
All right, so when you talk to Parliament about affected parties, and that's the terminology you use, Minister, it's affected parties.
Yes, those are the affected parties.
So can you tell us who those affected parties
It's
were?
business through the Chamber of Mines, it's labor through the various unions and government departments, which it's us and labor now.
So you're saying it was the Chamber of Mines, it was labor, you say the unions.
Yes.
Before the 21st of August, Minister, did you meet with both unions involved?
With all unions, not just both, all unions, Solidarity, WASA, AMCU, NUM.
Minister, at this stage we're talking about, and if you go back to your speech, we're talking about the affected parties in respect of the Marikana tragedy. So there were really two affected unions. Now, my question to you is, before the 21st of August, so between the 16th of August, or even before that, before the 21st of August, did you consult with both unions who were affected parties?
Mr. Chairman, I want to state clearly, before the 21st, as asked, we met, when I say meeting with convinced stakeholders, we met with the unions which are organizing in the mining industry. Not only two, there are 4.
You met with all 4,
With all 4,
including AMCU.
including AMCU.
All right, so that's at a general level. Minister, your testimony today, and this is very important, your testimony is that before the 21st you met with AMCU specifically.
Mr. Chairman,
Said
she's
that.
confusing me. Because I'm saying we met with NUM, AMCU, Solidarity, WASA.
Yes,
That's the labor.
She's made
No.
it quite clear before the 21st she met, with, amongst others, with AMCU.
And just to understand, Minister, because that's at a general level. Now, my question to you is specifically in the context of the Marikana tragedy, and specifically before the 21st of August. Did you meet with AMCU?
I'm confused. I don't understand the question. Because after the incident of the 16th, we started meeting with AMCU and all other unions, not AMCU on one-on-one.
But you were at meetings with, amongst others, AMCU. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Between the 16th and the 21st of August.
Between the 16th,
16th is Thursday, the day when
No,
when,
before the
when 34
16th.
died.
that's why I'm saying he must be specific, because if he talks about before the 16th, or before, yes,
She
before
said-
the
She says
16th.
before the 21st. And before the 21st, she says, did you meet with, amongst others, AMCU? I've understood you to say yes. Yes, I misunderstood. You see, and the real question, I think, that you're being asked, is in the period between the tragedy on the 16th when 34 people died and the 21st, did you have meetings with, amongst others, AMCU? That's your question. Am I
Before
right?
the 16th.
No.
After.
the 16th.
After the 16th, we
Remember,
met,
The 16th is the day when you were
yes,
at another meeting in Brakpan, I think, weren't you?
yes.
And that's the day when the killing took place. The killings took place of the 34 people. That was the culmination of the events, Marikana. And the question that you're being asked, as I understand it, is from that day, the 16th, Thursday the 16th, to the 21st, did you meet with, amongst others, AMCU?
The meeting I'm referring to on para 22, where I say we convened a meeting where we met with the unions except AMCU on the 18th.
Oh, she was a preliminary.
So your testimony today, Minister, is that when you tell Parliament that you spent countless of hours in meetings with affected parties in order to understand the situation in Marikana, that one of the parties who you met with was AMCU, specifically in that context.
I don't understand your question.
Have a go. I was wrong when I said you were at Brakpan on the 16th. You were in fact in Boksburg. which is-
No, but we're having a conference on
in
the
Boksburg.
18th.
You were in a
Yes,
conference
on the
in Boksburg
16th.
on the 16th. And that's where you were when you got the news.
The news in the
of
afternoon.
In the afternoon.
Yes.
Of the shootings and the killing of 34 people. Now, I think what Ms. Pillay wants to know from you is from that time, the 16th when you were at Boksburg, to the 21st, did you have meeting with, amongst others, AMCU? Is that your question, Ms. Pillay? Ms. Pillay, is that your question?
Yes, Chair, that's the question.
We
Okay.
met on the 18th with the stakeholders, as I say, because we had never had a meeting with AMCU, and we didn't even have any details about them. We met as stakeholders, myself and the Minister of Labour, met with the existing unions, which were NUM, Solidarity, and WASA.
AMCU was an existing union. It's been in existence for some years.
Well, in our negotiations,
Registered with the Department of Labour.
well, with us, we had never had a meeting with them.
I see. Now, you see, a stakeholder in an ordinary meaning of the word means someone who's got a stake, someone who holds a stake. And I would have thought that AMCU would have qualified for invitation to a stakeholders meeting because they undoubtedly held a stake in the mining industry, and in particular, they held a stake in what was happening at Lonmin because they even had some rights, not wage negotiation rights, but certain organizational rights at least the career shaft of Lonmin. So they were certainly stakeholders in the ordinary sense of the word, and Mr. Matunjwa, the president of AMCU, was invited by Lonmin, together with Mr. Zakwana, the president of NUM, to address the strikers on the 15th, the Wednesday, which he did, and he went back on the Thursday and he addressed the strikers again, and in fact, to his eternal credit, pleaded with the strikers on his bended knees to leave the Kopi because he was afraid they were going to be killed. So, on any definition, I would have thought, AMCU qualified to be a stakeholder. Would you agree with that, or am I misunderstanding the situation?
Well, Mr. Chairman, at that point, when the incident happened, our understanding was that AMCU was not existing. That's the information we had. There were workers' committees, and that's the issue raised with us, not AMCU as an institution or as an organization which was representing workers. What was said to us is that there were workers' committees in Lonmin.
Had you never heard of AMCU at all before that?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Now, there was trouble previously at Impala, wasn't there?
Well,
in the
Mr.
platinum mine at Impala, and then later trouble at Amplats.
Well,
now, as Minister of Mineral Resources, wasn't it your duty to find out and keep in touch with what was happening at Impala and Amplats?
Well, at Impala and at Implats, again, it was workers' committees. And when we engaged with them, right from the beginning, they said it's workers' committees. And there was a tension between workers' committees and management. There was not AMCU. Because we also have to look at that to say, at what point was therefore AMCU brought on board as recognized by the companies themselves, as representing the workers?
Never mind when they were recognized by the companies. All the news reports about the trouble with Impala and Amplats, none of those reports at any stage mentioned that AMCU was involved. There was friction between NUM, who were the people in possession, they were the recognized union, and AMCU, who were the new union, trying to get recognition and oust NUM and take NUM's place. Was that not mentioned in any of the reports you read about Impala, the trouble with Impala and Amplats?
Well, the report we got on a regular basis was workers' committee.
No reports about AMCU at all?
No, not to us.
I see.
Minister, we are in possession of an interview that you conducted with Karima Brown, specifically on the Marikana matter. Do you remember the interview you did with Karima Brown?
Yes, on the 17th of August.
That's correct. And in that interview, you informed Ms. Brown that you first came to know of AMCU during the strike at Implats, at Impala. Chair, the evidence leaders are in possession of that interview, and we can play it unless the minister accepts that she did say that during the interview.
Sorry, to be fair to the Minister, in terms of the rules we've laid down in this Commission, if you want to confront a witness with a statement or a document of any kind, the witness should get an opportunity to see it. So I think it's only fair that it should be shown to the witness before she answers questions further. And I don't understand why we weren't given it beforehand either, but anyway, or the Minister, we won't go there now. I will insist upon it being shown to us and to the Minister before she answers.
Chair, we can arrange to do that. In the meantime, Minister, may I refer you to your statement? And if I can ask that CC5, it's quadruple C5, be put up on the screen. And if we could go to paragraph 9 of the statement. Now, Minister, apart from the fact that you've testified today that you met with AMCU as a union before the 21st of August, besides that fact, let's look at what you say in your statement. You say, I first heard of the unrest at Lonmin mine, Marikana, around 9 August 2012. According to media reports at the time, the unrest was started by wage demands by a group of the mine workers employed at the Lonmin mine. There were further reports of rivalry between two of the labor unions who represented workers at Lonmin, namely AMCU and NUM. That was how I initially understood the problem. So clearly from this, Minister, by the 9th of August, you were not only aware of the existence of AMCU, but you understood the issue to be a rivalry between two of the labor unions who represented workers at Lonmin. What's your comment to that?
That's what we're reading in the papers.
This is what you say in your statement, Minister.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, because let me also, Mr. Chairman, explain the situation. When we're engaging with the various companies and trying to understand the situation, there was no AMCU. That's what I'm saying. But you would hear that AMCU is trying to organize itself. And if we also have to confirm that later, even when the strike or the situation and violence had stopped, there was a continuous engagement by the companies and AMCU in finding a recognition agreement. And what we knew was that there were workers' committees which were at that point in time negotiating, but AMCU as a union or as a force, as one would understand, was not part of our engagement.
And yet
the issue of the rival arises because when the fights were on, there was the issue of AMCU and NUM fighting amongst themselves. Hence, some of the members who died, we were told were NUM members.
And yet you testified just a few minutes ago, Minister, when I specifically asked the question. You testified that before the 21st of August, you liaised with AMCU as a stakeholder. Those were your words. And
well,
I repeatedly asked the question, and you repeatedly answered the question in that way, that you met with AMCU as a stakeholder, as you did all the other unions. That was your evidence.
Well, later, indeed, we did meet. I might have made a mistake. As you know, that these are issues of the past for me.
So are you now changing your evidence, Minister? Do you accept that before the 21st of August, you did not meet with AMCU?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've said because of the way she was asking, indeed, we never met any AMCU before. That is why I was saying she must clarify herself.
So what you said a minute ago was you suggested you may have made a mistake. I must say it does sound as if you did make a mistake, which you are now correcting. Would that be fair? The question that still puzzles me is why you called a stakeholders meeting, presumably to try to find a solution to the problem, why you didn't regard AMCU as being a party who A, had a stake in what was happening, and B, would be in a position to contribute to the resolution of the problem.
Well, Mr. Chairman, for us, AMCU, we had never met before. We've had regular meetings with the various stakeholders, and AMCU was never there.
And apart from the exclusion of AMCU, Minister, before the 21st of August, and please, before the 21st of August, how did you engage, or did you engage with the strikers?
I didn't understand your question.
You say to Parliament that you had countless meetings with the affected parties. Those were your words. Now, my question to you is, when you go before Parliament on the 21st of August and you say that you've had countless meetings with affected parties, did you meet the strikers during any of these countless meetings?
Well, I can't remember. What I know is that by the time we went to Parliament, the first meeting we had was with the regular stakeholders, where we agreed to include AMCU.
Minister, by the 21st, 44 people had died. 34 of them killed on the 16th. Is your testimony before this commission that you cannot recall whether you met with strikers when you went to Marikana after the 16th?
I never went to Marikana to meet with the strikers.
You went to try and understand what had transpired. In the course of that exercise, did you engage with any of the strikers?
Well, all workers were on strike. We did meet with NUM.
The question was, did you meet with any of the strikers? Because we know, Minister, and that's been the testimony before this commission, that the strikers didn't recognize NUM as a legitimate vehicle to raise their concerns. Did you meet with any of the strikers before you went to Parliament on the 21st of August and said that you had spent countless of hours in meetings with the affected parties?
Mr. Chairman, I can't remember that. I think I've answered. When on the 18th, when we meet, we agreed that we're going to meet with everybody. And we tasked the Minister of Labour to bring on board AMCU.
On the 18th, were the strikers represented by anyone at that meeting?
I've already said no, they were not there. Hence, we tasked the Minister of Labour, who clarified at that meeting that AMCU's status with the Department of Labour. It was a registered union.
What it means is, when you made your speech in Parliament on the 21st of August, and you said that you'd spent countless hours either in meetings or consultations with the affected parties, you didn't mention that there was one affected party whom you hadn't spent countless hours meeting with or consulting with, and that was AMCU. Would that be fair?
That would be fair, Mr. Chairman.
And you also hadn't spent hours, countless or otherwise, meeting with or consulting with the strikers. That's also fair, isn't it?
Well, there were NUM members who were also affected, and we met with the employers who were part of the process.
But I asked about the strikers. Did you spend countless hours or any hours at all, even those that could be counted, in meetings or consultations with the strikers, any of the strikers?
Well, Mr. Chairman, all workers at that time were on strike. So whether it's 2 or 3, they were on strike.
You actually meet with people who are on strike. I understand you met with people from NUM. I take it people like Mr. Zukwana and perhaps Mr. Beleni and some of the other senior people of NUM. But did you actually meet with anyone, whether or not that person was a member of NUM, who had actually been, and was at that stage still, on strike at Lonmin?
Met with individuals who were on strike and who were members of NUM.
On the topic of your interaction with NUM, can I ask that we go to quadruple J6? And while it's being put on the screen, Minister, you will see that this is an email from Tandeka Ngube of Shanduka to Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa and others. Now, can we go to paragraph 4 of this email? You'll see, and I want to just pick up from where it appears both AMCU and NUM are still denying involvement. Do you see that, Minister?
See, it's the paragraph headed HR processing dealing with the strikers, and it's the second sub-paragraph, as it were, in that section. It's the sentence beginning, both AMCU and NUM are still denying.
It says, Minister, both AMCU and NUM are still denying involvement, but NUM has been supportive. And this is the important part, with the president of NUM visiting the operations and liaising with both Minister Shabangu and Mtetwa. Now, in your statement, Minister, you deal with interaction with Mr. Ramaphosa in relation to the events at Marikana. Did you have interaction with Mr. Zokwana about the events at Marikana?
Not to my memory.
So you could have liaised with Mrs. Zokwana around what was happening, the strike at Lonmin, and
Maybe.
it could have happened.
Maybe.
Now, can I ask you, Minister, to look at quadruple Q 1.10?
Okay, 1.10, that's the address to Parliament, or page 10, which is actually
No, it's 1.10. That's the
1.10. That's the
No,
address to Parliament. Isn't it? Page 10 is 1.7, which is the interview with Carol Payton in Business Day. That's on page 10.
That's
Which
right,
read you
Chair. I'm sorry, it's actually page 10. I apologize. It's 1.7. 1.7. Quadruple Q 1.7. Chair, I see I have 5 minutes left. I have a few issues that I need to raise with the Minister. Is there any way I could possibly apply for an extension of time?
Mr. Badenhorst didn't use the full time. To be fair, I've asked a number of questions and taken up some of your time. So I think it's only fair that I should give you extra time to make up for my using of some of your time. And there is the time available that Mr. Badenhorst made available to us. So you may carry on. But how long do you need?
Chair, I think I'll probably wrap up in 20 minutes.
All right. Well, I'll give you extra time for that purpose.
I'm indebted, Chair. Minister, if we can look at quadruple Q 1.7, you'll see this is an article by Carol Payton dated the 24th of May 2013. And it refers, Minister, to remarks made by you during a meeting with NUM shop steward and leaders of their central committee. Do you recall this meeting, Minister?
I do.
Now let's see what you said at the meeting. It says in paragraph 1 that Mineral Resources Minister Susan Shabangu on Friday expressed her solidarity and support with the National Union of Mine Workers, which she said was, and quoted, under siege from a force determined to remove it from the face of the earth. Do you recall those remarks, Minister?
I do.
Now, can you tell us what it is that you meant? Which force determined to remove it from the face of the earth were you referring to?
Well, the force I was referring to, hence, if you look at how I qualify it with the Britain, Mr. Chairman, unions. So I was referring to the employers.
You were referring to the employer, to Lonmin.
Exactly.
And you took the view that Lonmin was determined to remove NUM from the face of the earth.
Indeed.
And why did you form that view, Minister? Because the evidence before this commission is that Lonmin was, for example, dealing with a very violent strike that NUM was directly opposed to that strike and in fact was encouraging its members to go to work. So why in that context would Lonmin want to remove NUM from the face of the earth?
Well, if you look at behavior of employers and you look at behavior of Lonmin, not only on this particular strike, how they've been handling union matters, it's on the basis of that I was raising it. Because sometimes we tend to look at an environment of a strike on the basis of rivalry amongst unions. And we forget sometimes the key player, which becomes the employer in that space.
What about these forces determined to use every trick in the book? What tricks in the book did Lonmin use against NUM, to your knowledge?
Well, it would be the divide and rule amongst the workers where they are unable to unite amongst themselves, and at the end of the day, the employer wins.
Now, if we can go further down, Minister, in this article, and this is really the thrust of why we say this is relevant to what transpired at Marikana. I want to refer you specifically to the following comments you make, where you say, you are under siege by forces determined to use every trick in the book to remove you from the face of the earth. They want to make sure that no progressive trade union will be permitted in the mining sector. It is only those who are willfully blind who cannot see that the agenda is to defeat and drive the African National Congress from power and reverse the gains of the National Democratic Revolution. Now, can you tell us what it is that you were referring to, Minister?
I'm referring to the forces which normally would come through companies and make sure that they weaken government or they weaken the ANC.
And apart from the fact that Mr. Ramaphosa was a non-executive director of Lonmin and also at that time in the NEC of the ANC, or let me start there, given that fact, did you still see Lonmin as being part of the agenda to defeat and drive the ANC from power and reverse the gains of the National Democratic Revolution?
Well, there were many issues at Lonmin which were happening to workers by management, including racism.
Now, Minister, in that paragraph, I'm going to put to you that you draw a parallel between the forces who are targeting NUM as being the same forces who are seeking to defeat and drive the ANC from power. Isn't that correct?
It's correct.
So you have drawn here a synergy of interest between NUM and the African National Congress.
That's correct.
So to go back to your involvement in the Marikana tragedy, is it true that even at that time, in August 2012, you saw a synergy of interest between the ruling party which you represent, the ANC, and NUM?
It's not true. I saw the employer continuing to divide workers.
No, Minister, my question is a different one. If, as you accept, in May 2013, you saw a synergy of interest between the ANC and NUM, as you clearly articulate at this meeting, it must be that in August 2012, you saw that synergy of interest.
Interest arises based, Mr. Chairman, on the employer dividing workers, because for a while, Lonmin has been involved in the process of attacking workers.
And that therefore, when NUM is faced with the difficulties it was faced with at Lonmin, you saw that as being reflective of a similar attack on the ANC.
Similar attack on the ANC through workers.
So when you were asked, Minister, to intervene at Marikana by Mr. Ramaphosa, and when you conducted yourself in putting together stakeholder meetings, in holding countless hours of meetings and consultations, your approach was shaped by your understanding that an attack on NUM is analogous to an attack on the ANC.
If you attack workers in South Africa, who contributed to the liberation of South Africa, who were also members of the ANC, we see that as an attack on the ANC.
And I'm going to put to you, Minister, that's the reason why AMCU was not part of the consultative process you engaged in on the 18th of August.
Mr. Chairman, that's her view. I've never said that.
You made this speech to the NUM shop stewards and leaders at their Central Committee meeting in May 2013, which Ms. Payton writes about in the article, which you've been referred to. Were you aware of the fact, which she mentions in the third paragraph of her report, that that week the union, that's NUM, had said that it had lost 44,000 members over the past year, with more losses expected to be confirmed, when Amplats, the world's largest platinum mine, completes a union verification exercise shortly. And then she goes on, the exodus from the NUM followed a violent and chaotic recruitment campaign by the rival Association of Mine Workers and Construction Union, AMCU. Were you aware of that fact, that NUM had said that it lost 44,000 members over the past year, during the very week when you addressed this Central Committee meeting of NUM shop stewards and leaders? And were you aware of the fact that this exodus from NUM, when they lost 44,000 members, had followed a violent and chaotic recruitment campaign by AMCU? I know that's two questions, but I hope you can answer them both.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I must say that I was not aware. When I made this speech, it was on the basis of my analysis of the broader situation and its implication to the organization, which is the ANC.
Chair, we have no further questions for this witness.
Well, except that there is that document that you're going to put to her.
Chair, it's not a document. It's footage of
footage of an interview with Ms. Karima Brown.
That's correct, Chair.
So when is that going to be available?
We can during the lunch adjournment make that available to the team for the Minister, Chair.
I see. Well, you were asking her questions about it, so I presume you wish to reserve your rights to question her about that once you've got it available.
I would be grateful, Chair.
So all right, well, thank you. The next party to cross-examine is the LRC, and they have 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Minister. Can I start with the aspect of the interaction with Mr. Ramaphosa, the Deputy President? As I understand your evidence that you gave when you were being cross-examined by the evidence leaders.
Okay, you told me. Before you carry on, we were given a bundle of documents this morning to be relied on by the LRC. I take it that includes, in respective topics where I didn't allow cross-examination, but we won't go there now. What I want to know is, has the witness been given this bundle of documents? You have?
Yes, we have, Mr. Chairman.
When did she get it? Did she also get it this morning when I got it?
Chair, the documents were emailed to all of the parties in the course of last week. Sorry, towards the end of last week.
So the witness has had an opportunity to look.
The physical copy was delivered today, but,
yes, but
the
email
was circulated last week.
Okay.
On that score, Mr. Chairman...
I didn't want her to be ambushed, as it were, by documents that she hadn't seen before, but it would appear that fear of an ambush is unjustified.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry, Chairman.
There are two... Oh,
I'm so sorry. I
Mr.
just
Bodnos wants to say something. Yes,
I would
Mr. Bodnos.
like to qualify, because I don't know what the questions might be about these documents. There is the fear of ambush because these documents arrived with us very late. I think it was late on Friday. So I think when my learned friend says last week, it means the end of last week. So I'm not objecting at this stage because I simply don't know.
No, well, we never tell parties who are calling witnesses what topics they will be asked about in cross-examination because we think that's unfair to the cross-examining party. But we do request that documents to be relied on should be given to the witness beforehand.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
the
I
witness, of course, should
understand.
have the time to read the documents. I
Yes,
understand that.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify. I'm not saying, I understand that we are not told the topics. I'm just telling you the difficulty we have, having received them late. If there are going to be questions where the witness needs to consult the document, that may cause a difficulty.
Well,
but
if
we are hopeful that it won't arise.
Yes, if there are problems of that nature, they can be mentioned, and we can do something to try to ensure that there's no prejudice as a result of an ambush. But as you say, it may well be that that won't happen, but it's my duty always to seek to protect the witnesses as far as I can against unfair procedures.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I wanted to mention was that there are two speeches that I will be making reference to that were handed in this morning
The speech is by the witness herself.
by the minister
Well,
herself.
she can scarcely be prejudiced by having her own words quoted at her,
Indeed,
if they are correctly reported, of course.
indeed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Minister, can I start with by the 15th of August, in the morning, you had the conversation with Mr. Xolani Gwala on SAFM, where, as I understand in your evidence, you told him that this was a labor matter and it must be resolved between management and the workers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. Now, at that point in time, you had also had, I think on the 14th, according to your statement, a conversation with Mr. Teke, the Deputy President of the Chamber of Mines, who informed you about a possible mediation, although he didn't invite you to facilitate the mediation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Now, at this stage, the morning of the 15th of August, it was your view that this was a labor matter to be resolved between management and the workers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. It was certainly not your view that the police must step in and resolve the situation.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, at that stage of the morning of the 15th, you had not yet met with Mr. Ramaphosa, the Deputy President. Is that correct? At the time you spoke to Mr. Xolani Gwala.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, you met with Mr. Ramaphosa, we know, sometime in the morning of the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Tommy. Before you, look at Tommy.
Okay, Toby,
I
yeah,
get it right.
I've got it right.
Let's talk about the housekeeping. You say you're going to refer to two speeches. You're now moving on to a slightly different topic.
They were
these
handed,
two
they were
speeches-
handed in.
no. Perhaps we should mark them now. The one is, I take it, the address the Minister gave at the opening of the Twisted Rye Colliery to be Lisha shaft on the 22nd of May 2012. And the other is an address she'd given a month before on the occasion of the launch of the Lonmin Artisan College at KwaMarikani, Northwest, on the 18th of April. Is that correct? Yes. Now,
Correct,
we will
Mr.
mark them quadruple Q3 and quadruple Q4. I take it you want to deal with them in chronological order, do you? So we'll
Yes,
deal with the
they-
Lonmin Artisan College one as quadruple Q3
Three.
and the Twisted Rye Colliery at Tubelisha as quadruple Q4.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So now we've got that out of the way, you can carry on with the
Yes,
cross-examination.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Minister, I was just at the time you spoke to Mr. Ramaphosa and what your view or your characterization of the situation was. Now, I want to take you to the discussion that you then have with Mr. Ramaphosa. So let us first look at his account of that discussion. It is in B4, if it could be put up. It was part of the evidence that you gave when you were being cross-examined by Ms. Pillay. B4-2. I think it's, no, not that one. It's the email from Mr. Ramaphosa to Mr. Jameson and others. No, it's the later one, at 2:58 p.m. Further down. Yeah, further down. Yeah, further down. Brilliant, that's the one. All right, now, this is what the Deputy President records was the content of the conversation. The first paragraph, I have just had a discussion with Susan Shabangu in Cape Town. Paragraph 1, she agrees that what we are going through is not a labor dispute. Put a full stop there. Did you agree that what was going on was not a labor dispute?
I've never said it's not a labor dispute.
No, just answer the question. Did you agree in the conversation with Mr. Ramaphosa that what was going on was not a labor dispute?
Mr. Chairman, I've never said it's not a labor dispute.
So is the answer yes or no to my
that
question?
means you didn't agree with Mr.
Yes.
Ramaphosa.
Yes. When he records that you agreed, he is giving an inaccurate recordal.
Come again?
Minister,
Come
I'm
again?
asking you the question. When Mr. Ramaphosa says in the email that you agreed that what was going on was not a labor dispute, he is giving an inaccurate recordal of the conversation.
Yes.
I see. Now, the next sentence, in the same line, she will correct her characterization of what we are experiencing. Did you agree to correct your characterization?
I've indicated earlier on, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, that I had never characterized, or what she's saying that I was going to correct my characterization. I've said I never said that.
So this statement is false.
Be polite to call it incorrect.
This is, sorry, I apologize.
You told me.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman. This statement is inaccurate, Minister.
Indeed, because it was not, I never even saw it.
Yes, all right. Now, in terms of your recollection of that conversation, the statement is inaccurate.
Well, we never discussed this as it's stated here.
Yes, all right. The second paragraph, she is going into cabinet and will brief the president, as well as get the Minister of Police, Natim Tetwa, to act in a more pointed way. Let's forget about the first part, because we know that to be true. Let's look at the second part. Get the Minister of Police, Natim Tetwa, to act in a more pointed way. Is the statement accurate?
I don't understand what he meant by more pointed way.
There was no conversation that the minister would be made to act in a more pointed way.
I said I'm going to brief the minister and the president. I never said they must act in a pointed way.
All right. Well, so you don't really know where the statement emanates from. I don't want to make problems about inaccuracy. All
I'll
right.
ask you a question about that. The last sentence of that email says, let us keep the pressure on them to act correctly. Did you regard what Mr. Ramaphosa was doing when he was talking to you as being putting pressure on you?
Well, Mr. Chairman, as you can understand, he's the one who was under pressure. So he had to find a way of making sure that his colleagues feel that he's doing work.
Yes. Now, I also want to take you to your statement, which is quadruple C5. Now, particularly at paragraph 11, that is when you recount the conversation with Mr. Ramaphosa. At 11B, you say here, he shared his view that what was happening then in Marikana could no longer be characterized as a labor dispute, but that the issue had escalated to involve acts of criminality. Now, let's look at what you say was your reaction to that statement. I agreed with him, and if you put a full stop there are two things that he says. The first is that what is happening is not a labor dispute, well, can no longer be characterized as a labor dispute.
I'm not sure that summary is entirely correct. What he says is, it could no longer be characterized as a labor dispute. It has escalated to involve acts of criminology,
Yes.
criminality.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Chairman.
Escalated to involve acts of criminality.
Yes,
It
Mr.
doesn't
Chairman.
necessarily mean that it ceased to be a labour dispute, but it's a labour dispute which is now escalated to involve acts of criminality. There
Yes.
is a distinction, a fine distinction, but there is a distinction.
Yes, I'll rephrase the question.
I think the distinction doesn't harm the point you're making in cross-examination, but I just trying to get it clear that you are summarising accurately what the witness said.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, I want to take you to the first part of the statement. He shared his view that what was happening in Marikana could no longer be characterized as a labor dispute. Let's put a pause there. Did you agree with that statement? This is your own recollection of what happened.
Yes.
So you agreed that what was happening could no longer be characterized as a labor dispute.
Well, if you look at, I agree with him, but
Yes.
in particular, that's why I'm making an emphasis that this has escalated into act of criminality.
Yes, I'm going to deal with that. I'm just dealing with the first part of your statement because what you say is I agreed with him. Did you agree with him that what was happening could no longer be characterized as a labor dispute?
I agree.
Yes. Now, and then the next part is there are acts of criminality, and then you say you also agreed with that, and that the acts of criminality should be dealt with accordingly. Can you see that?
Yes, I see.
Now, Minister, we have gone through this to establish exactly at what point did you change your mind. Can I put to you that the only point that you changed your mind about the characterization, the morning of the conversation with Mr. Gwala, you saw this as a labor dispute and it did not warrant the involvement of the Minister of Police. The conversation with Mr. Ramaphosa then changes your characterization of the situation. Now you see that it now requires the involvement of the police. Is that a fair statement to make?
It's a first statement. Why should I go public when I have not spoken? Because in my mind, when I went to Cape Town, Mr. Chairman, I was clear that I'm going to raise the matters with the President, but I could not raise it with the media before talking to the leadership.
You had raised the matter in the media in the sense that you'd appeared on a nationwide radio program and made certain statements, which you agree you made, in your interview with Mr. Gwala. So that it wasn't with the media in general, but it was on a nationwide radio station. So everybody in the country who listens to AM Live in the morning would have known what you said. Isn't that right?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I stick or made sure that I talked to the labor dispute more than the violence because I wanted to get an opinion or hear what the President, are we agreeing on what is going on at that time? So I kept my point to a labor dispute, to the media.
Yes. Now, your characterization changed only after the conversation with the Deputy President. Is that correct?
It had not changed.
Well, it included the criminal element, which was not included only after the conversation with the Deputy President. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, it was not only after him. If you look at the statement I made in Brakpan, I did raise a concern about the deaths which had already occurred.
Yes. Well, the decision then to engage with the Minister of Police to take action only arose after the conversation with the Deputy President. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Chairman, it did not arise after I had a discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa. Some of the things I had kept in my mind, and I was looking forward to the CAB committee to raise some of my concerns too.
Yes. Well, it certainly manifested after that meeting, even if it was in your mind before. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree, Mr. Chairman. It did not manifest. I had it in my mind. Hence, I was looking forward to the Wednesday's meeting to raise it with the President and the Minister.
Yes. Now, if in the morning of the 15th of August, your view, which was articulated publicly, was that this is a labor dispute to be resolved between the labor and management, did you know the facts that by the 14th of August, already 10 people had been killed, including 2 security guards and including 2 policemen?
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's a fact. It was in the paper. It was public knowledge.
And notwithstanding your knowledge about these deaths, you still took the view that this is primarily a labor matter which must be resolved between management and labor.
Well, up to the last point where the matter was resolved, it remained a labor dispute.
Yes. And your understanding about this being a labor dispute seems, and I want to go back to this for the last time, seems to change then after the conversation with the Deputy President.
Mr. Chairman, I've indicated I've been consistent. It was a labor dispute, even after it continued to be a labor dispute, which was resolved through a labor process.
Yes. Now, can I move on then to the next part of my cross-examination? I have handed in a bundle of documents. I want to refer you to a report by the predecessor of IPID. It was called the ICD. It's, where is that?
Page in this thick bundle of documents is that?
It's apparently a number, Mr. Chairman, and
Sorry?
in the index.
The schedule of documents relied on by LRC contains the thick bundle. There are 26 numbered items. Now, which is the numbered item that you
Number 10, Mr. Chairman.
Number 10. That's IPID Research Report 2007.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so shall we make that quadruple Q5?
Quadruple
IPID Research Report 2007.
3-5. Quadruple 5.
Quadruple Q5.
Quadruple Q 5. Yes, well, that's. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Minister, you will remember that prior to you being the Minister of Minerals and Energy, you had held the position of Deputy Minister of Police.
That's correct.
Yes. And that was a 5-year position.
That's correct.
And you became the Minister of Minerals and Energy in, is it April 2009?
Mineral resources?
Mineral Resources in April 2009.
That's correct.
Yes. Now,
This document is quite a lengthy document, I see.
Yes.
And I also see, unless I'm looking in the wrong place, the pages don't appear to be paginated. Am I right?
yes, the pages are not paginated. I will be making reference to the pages in the actual report, to the numbers in the actual report, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I see the paragraph numbers. The paragraphs are numbered, I see. So if
Well,
you're
the-
going to refer to a particular paragraph, even if you can't give us the page number, you can give us the paragraph number so we can find it. Is that what you're going to do?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are page references at the bottom of the report. So like 2, 3, so that's what I'll be referring to.
Oh, I see. I was wrong. The pages are numbered.
Yes, they are
Okay,
numbered.
well then, that's the answer. Thanks.
Yes, now, Minister, you will obviously remember the statement that you made. It generated a lot of press in April of 2008 about the police having to shoot criminals. You remember the statement, Minister?
Yes.
Yes. Now, I'll refer you to that statement later. Now, if you look at this report of the ICD, this was an investigation into the causes of people dying in the hands of the police. That's what it says on the cover page. Conducted in 2007. Can you see that?
I can see that.
May I ask what the relevance is of this line of questioning?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I will come back to it because
You've got to satisfy me that it's relevant before you
it's
allow you to
relevant in
proceed.
relation to the statements that were made by the minister in April 2008. That,
This report is 2007.
yes, it was in 2007. The fact that it existed in 2007 is relevant to the statements that were made in 2008. What I'm trying to illustrate is that the statements that were made in 2008 were inconsistent with the findings of the report, which must have been known to the minister.
Well, how is that going to help us to answer the terms of reference of this commission? If the minister made ill-considered remarks when she was Deputy Minister of Police, and these remarks that she made were not borne out by this investigation into deaths as a result of police action in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape and Gauteng, issued by the Independent Complaints Directorate, that may or may not be so. But how's that going to help us? We've got enough questions to answer in the terms of reference without taking extra questions aboard that the President hasn't asked us to deal with.
It's only one paragraph, Mr. Chairman, that I really want to make reference to. It relates to the causes of police shooting civilians that were identified already by 2007 and that generated a lot of publicity.
You know, I understand that. It may well be that you could put this before us as a document that you hand in, which we can deal with during the argument stage and during in our reports. But how's it going to help to put to the witness that the report says one thing, she said something else 4 years before the events at Marikana? Unless there's a connection, I don't think I should allow the questioning. We've got enough matters to look at as it is without extraneous factors or possibly extraneous factors. Ali?
Proposal on the topic.
Yeah.
The passage I want to refer to is at page 50, and it is an explanation into the causes. Why do policemen kill civilians? And the heading there is one of the explanations given by IPID. Page 50, and that's the first bullet point.
See that? They're criticizing, I take it,
And then
comments that this witness made when she was a deputy minister, comments which may have been singularly inappropriate and unfortunate, but I'm not directly sure, I'm not clear in my mind, the direct relevance to our findings as to what she now may have to say to either justify or repent in respect to what she said.
Mr. Chairman, I've put the proposition, and the argument that will be made is that the statements contribute to the climate of brutality and unaccountability.
That point's been traversed in great detail earlier in these hearings of the Commission. The speech that the witness made and the speech that the Minister made, that we've spent a lot of time on them. They are before us, and we will obviously have to deal with such arguments as are based upon them. But my problem is I don't understand the relevance of asking this witness to either justify what she said or possibly to repent of what she said. It's not going to take us one way or further, is it, in relation to the questions we have to decide in relation to what happened in 2012. It may well be, but a climate, an unfortunate climate, of the reckless use of, inappropriate use of violence by the police in suppressing what they saw to be civil disorder contributed to the problems. And that's a matter, that's a nettle we'll have to grasp, and we will do so. But I fail to see how this witness, with all due deference and respect to her, can help us in that exercise.
Mr. Chairman, I will not pursue the point any further. I think the ruling is certainly implicit in the questions that you are asking.
You're correct.
Yes.
Mr. Barnos, I believe you turned your light on.
I was with my finger on the trigger, but I believe the problem has now been resolved because,
Yes.
as you have
Yes.
reminded our learned friend, it has been
okay.
traversed,
Okay,
and we don't need to take a formal objection.
Mr. Mpofu gets into trouble with the Commission for delivering concurring speeches after I've made rulings.
won't-
Please don't do this.
I won't do that.
All right. Can I move on to the next
Can we
topic?
now then take the tea adjournment and you can move on to the next point?
Indeed, Mr.
And
Chairman.
we've been refreshed? We'll take a call on our tea adjournment.
Good afternoon, Minister. Minister, I appear on behalf of the families of the 3 strikers who were killed on the 13th of August 2012 and 33 of the 34 strikers who were killed on the 16th of August 2012. Minister, a large number of the issues that I was going to deal with have been dealt with by my learned friend, Ms. Pillay, and I won't repeat them. There's really one issue that I want to address with you. But just by way of context, Ms. Pillay has dealt with you in detail about the manner in which you characterized the situation at Lonmin, and I'm not going to repeat that or to ask you to repeat your characterization of that. Do you understand that?
I hear.
And Minister, the second issue that another issue that Ms. Pillay dealt with, by way of context for the issue that I'm going to deal with, was Mr. Ramaphosa's email on the 15th of August 2012 that he sent at 2:58 p.m. to Mr. Jamison. And I'm wondering if we could just have that up on the screen. It's exhibit BBB 4.6, I think. Now, what Ms. Pillay put to you is that what Mr. Ramaphosa is conveying in this email to Mr. Jamison is that he, in essence, got you to change your characterization of what was happening at Lonmin, and Ms. Pillay relied on the word correct. You remember that, Minister?
Yeah.
And Minister, I won't get you to respond again because you have given your answer to Ms. Pillay. But what I also want to bring to your attention is Mr. Ramaphosa's evidence under oath before this commission. And can I have day 271, page 34593, line 17. Can I have that up on the screen, please? That's 34593. Line 17. You'll see that this is a question from the chairperson, and the chairperson says to Mr. Ramaphosa, did you in fact persuade her in any event to abandon the characterization that it was just a wage dispute and to take a different view of the matter? And Mr. Ramaphosa says yes. And the chairperson continues, as it were, withdraw her, correct her previous public statements. Mr. Ramaphosa again says yes. The chairperson carries on that it was just a wage dispute. Management and the workers must get together and sort the thing out. And Mr. Ramaphosa says, indeed. So you see, Minister, aside from what we will argue the wording of the particular email clearly conveys, Mr. Ramaphosa also testified under oath before this commission that he in fact got you to change or abandon your characterization of what was happening at Lonmin. And I just wanted to put that to you for you to comment on.
Mr. Chairman, I must say it is not true. He never influenced me. He never persuaded me. And that cannot happen in about 4 or 5 minutes to be persuaded. And I want to say, put it to you, through you, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Ramaphosa never convinced me. I had already made up my mind what I need to do. Hence, my key was about the briefing the President and the Minister of Police.
Are you telling us that even if you hadn't spoken to Mr. Ramaphosa, even if he hadn't contacted you, you still intended on that Wednesday to mention the matter to the President and to raise it with the Minister of Police?
That's true, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Those are our questions.
Thank you. Now we have the injured and arrested persons. You did have half an hour, so I think it would be appropriate to give, how much did she use, Mr. Wesley?
Chair, that was 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Oh. So there's 25 minutes which I award to Mr.
Yes, thank you.
Because I know he's straining the police to get more time. I'm not going to give you any more than that.
Well,
Obviously, the time you've got, which is 60 minutes, I'm giving you an extra 25.
Mr. Half an hour. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister.
Afternoon, Mr. Mpofu.
Good afternoon, yes. Yeah, no, we've been here for too long. Right. I am going to ask you, because there's not sufficient time, I'm going to cover two or so broad themes. One deals with the issue of transformation of the industry, which was one of the key aspects of your job, correct?
Indeed, it's true.
Yes. And the second broad aspect will deal with the issue of corruption, which I'm sure you'd agree is something that is undesirable among people like you who are public officials, correct?
I'm not sure what, Mr. Chairman.
You're not sure if it's desirable or undesirable.
I don't understand the question, Mr. Chairman.
Do you know that corruption is undesirable?
I don't understand the question, Mr. Chairman.
Do you know what corruption is?
Yes, I know.
Yes. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Mr. Chairman, corruption is a bad thing in general.
Thank you. Okay. So those are the areas. Now, I take it that you also know that it's a criminal offense not to tell the truth when you are under oath, correct?
That's true.
And in fact, you are bound not just by the oath that you took this morning, but you are also bound by another oath which you took when you were sworn in as a minister, correct?
That's a given.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to read out that oath which you took. I, Susan Shabangu, so solemnly affirm that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I undertake to hold my office as minister with honor and dignity, to be a true and faithful counselor, not to divulge directly or indirectly any secret matter entrusted upon me, and to perform the functions of my office conscientiously and to the best of my ability. You took that oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, let's then start with the broad theme of transformation. You'd agree that obviously, if you are going to transform something from one state to another, you must first understand the problem of what it is that you are about to transform. Correct?
Yes. And
in respect of the sector that was entrusted upon you, surely you know that the mining sector is at the center of the South African economy and was, by extension, also at the center of not only the apartheid system, but the other systems that preceded it since the discovery of minerals, correct?
Yes.
And also that, in essence, the migrant labor system is at the core of what is rotten about the mining sector, correct?
I don't know that it's rotten, but I know that it's a system used before and currently.
Okay, you know that it is the mining sector is in bad shape. Let's put it that way.
I can't say it's in bad shape. It has challenges.
You don't think it's in bad shape. You don't think that the 100 years of migrant labor, you know, forced searches, beatings, and all that goes with the mining sector historically made it into bad shape or brought it into bad shape?
In the past,
And say in the past 20 years, do you think that bad shape has been sufficiently transformed?
transformation, it's a process, it's not an event.
Yes. And insofar as it is a process, would you say that we as a country at this stage have succeeded in transforming, or have we failed so far?
We can't succeed a legacy of 100 years over a century in 20 years. It's
Exactly.
a process.
So it's still in bad shape?
Well, it is in the process of transforming.
Yeah, but it's still in bad shape.
I'm not sure about bad shape, Mr. Chairman.
Well, okay, let's just take that one aspect. The migrant labor system, which, well, let me put it this way. If you can just put up XX7. Okay, page 2. This, Minister, is an article by Gavin Hartford, I think.
Did you give notice to the witness
Yes,
beforehand?
I did,
that you're
of
going
course,
to use it?
of
Have you
course.
had a chance to read this article beforehand?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have it. I don't.
Yeah, you can read the one on the screen. It's the part that I want to read is on page
I was
2.
trying to find out from the witness if she's had a chance to read the article. And it's not the practice in the commission just to say to a witness, say it doesn't matter if the witness has seen it before, the witness can read it on the screen. Have you had a chance to read the article?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Was it sent electronic, details were sent electronically? Mr. Bartels?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we received a very large number of documents, but of course, receiving something and reading and understanding it is a different matter, Mr. Speaker.
Let's see what passage Mr. Mpofu wants to concentrate on. And if the minister has a problem, she can tell us, and she may well be able, or she's after all the minister of mineral resources, she may well be able to deal with the problem without any further problem, further difficulty. Yes, what's the passage you particularly want to refer to?
Thank you, Chairperson. It's on page 2, as I said, yeah. And if there's a further difficulty, the minister can always come back. She can read it.
What's the passage you want to rely on?
Page 2,
Yes, I know page 2. The whole page.
on the second, the second paragraph.
It is a well-known historical truism.
Yeah.
That passage.
Can I read it now? Thank you. Okay, the passage says, Minister, it's not very controversial. It is a well-known historical truism that migrant labor was not only the core foundation and economic imperative of South Africa's mining industry, but also the labor market infrastructure from which the entire Bantustan system and the apartheid order were built post-1948. Sure you'd agree with that?
I don't know. I can't agree, I don't know.
Which part don't you know? You don't know whether it was the core imperative and whether the system was, the apartheid system was founded upon it. Which don't you know?
I don't know.
Don't know what?
What you are saying there, what you are reading right now, I say I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
What does that mean?
It means I don't know. Why should I agree to something which I don't understand?
Oh,
and
you don't
and you're reading a
understand.
passage which, for me, doesn't even make logic. I don't know what leads to this.
Are you wanting to answer my questions, or do you want to be obstructionist?
No, Mr. I don't think that's an appropriate comment, Mr. Porter.
Well, it must be.
You asked her if she agrees with the comment, with the passage. She says she doesn't understand it. So how can you ask her whether she agrees with it? I think that's a perfectly appropriate answer. I suggest you move on to the next point.
No, that's not what she said, Chairperson. She said she doesn't know. Let's not...
Explained by saying the passage that I repeated, that I don't
Okay.
understand. If I don't understand something, I can't be expected
All
to
right.
say that I agree.
Which is why I said, which part don't you understand, Minister?
You have just read a passage, and I'm referring to what you have just read and put it and decided to say, I know it. I don't know.
No. I thought the chairperson was trying to rescue you there. You say you don't know or you don't understand.
Mr. Porter, that's not an appropriate comment either. I'm trying to be fair. Throughout this commission, I've leaned over backwards to try to be fair to all the witnesses. This witness is no exception.
Minister, I don't want to waste more time on this. Do you not understand when someone says that the migrant labor was only a core foundation and economic imperative of the South African mining industry? Do you understand that part?
I don't understand, Mr. Chairman.
You don't understand that didn't you just agree when I started with you that migrant labor was at the core of the mining industry as one of the things that needed to be transformed?
I said they are in the process of transformation. I've never said they need to transform. They are busy with transformation.
Minister, I'm going to suggest that you are evading my question. Do you have any comment to that?
Just ask the question. If you want to argue later she's evading, you can do so at the end. But let's carry on with the questions and the answers.
Which part don't you understand when I say migrant labor was not only the core foundation and economic imperative of the South African mining industry? As a former minister of minerals, how can you not understand that?
I don't understand it.
All right. The next one is it says still in that paragraph towards the end, in South Africa's mining industry, true to global migrancy patterns for resource extraction, colonial history delivered a double blow by statutorily entrenching the edifice of apartheid to enforce the migrant labor system. Do you agree with that?
Mr. Chairman, this is it's part of the rest which I have not read, so I don't know what informs it.
Okay, forget the article now. Do you agree that the migrant labor system was statutorily entrenched in order to prop up the edifice of apartheid?
I agree.
Thank you. Okay. Now, you are effectively you are the regulator of the industry, correct?
Indeed, it's true.
And to do that, you were guided by the act called MPRDA, correct?
Yes.
And that act says that in its preamble, one of the things is reaffirming the state's commitment to reform and bring about equitable access to South Africa's mineral and petroleum resources, correct?
Correct.
And it also says it reaffirms the state's commitment to eradicate all forms of discriminatory practices in the mineral and petroleum industries, correct?
Yes.
And one of the imperatives of that act is the advancement of the lot of the historically disadvantaged persons, correct?
Yes.
And that would include people such as the workers at Lonmin, correct?
All workers in South Africa.
That includes, that's why I use the word include, that includes the workers at Lonmin, correct?
All workers in South Africa, yes.
Yes. All right. Now, you are aware that, or rather, from where you you were positioned, there were two aspects of the problem at Lonmin or in Marikana. One was what was described to you as union rivalry between AMCU and the NUM, and the other one was the labor dispute between the company and its employees, the wage dispute, correct?
Correct.
And from that, your evidence that you had not heard about AMCU before the 16th of August is not true. Would you agree?
Before the 16th,
Yes.
we had never engaged with AMCU.
No, I'm not talking about engaging. You did not
Well,
know.
it's a hearsay. It was a hearsay. I can't.
Question is actually a hearsay question, if I can call it that. What he says is, it's not correct to say that you hadn't heard about AMCU before the 16th of August. You may not have engaged with them. There may have been all sorts of other aspects relating to the remoteness, as it were, between you and the department on the one hand and AMCU on the other. But he's not concerned with that. He only asks you whether you'd heard about AMCU before the 16th of August, and he's suggesting to you that you didn't, that you had heard about AMCU before the 16th. Am I
That's
paraphrasing your
exactly it,
question correct?
Chairperson, yes.
So, do you understand the question as I've
Let me
summarized?
also explain, Mr. Chairman. We only heard about it, but we had never engaged with it.
Yes, no, I accept that you didn't engage about it. So any evidence that you might have given that you hadn't heard about it before the 16th would be false.
Well, the context of when the issue arises, we have not heard about it because we've never engaged it.
No, surely you understand the difference between hearing about something and engaging with it.
Well, that's
I
English.
haven't, you don't, well, I've heard about the United Nations, but I've never engaged with them. So, you know what I mean? So you know the difference, I'm sure.
Well, Mr. Chairman, our argument was more about having not engaged AMCU.
Yeah. So if somebody said you had not engaged with AMCU, that would be true.
Before the 16th, indeed, it's true.
Yes. And if they said you had not heard about it, that would be false.
Well, that's your own words. Don't put words into my mouth, please.
Okay, would it be true if you said you hadn't heard about AMCU? That's my last attempt.
Well, that's English, Mr. Mpofu.
Or you can say it in whatever language you choose. Being amanga.
Our understanding when that question was asked was about, have you engaged with AMCU, which you said we never engaged with AMCU. We've never heard of AMCU in terms of our tripartite arrangement.
You never heard of them in that context.
Yes, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
I see. Which tripartite arrangement are you talking about now?
Labor, business, government.
Oh, that one.
Indeed, I mean that one.
Okay.
You know, this is not a circus or a comedy show. It's not appropriate for people to sit at the back and laugh. If they want to go and laugh, I suggest you go outside and laugh to your heart's content. I find it disturbing, difficult to concentrate on the evidence when that sort of behavior is indulged in. Please carry on, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Right. Now, just the part that you have acknowledged, let's deal with that. You knew before the tragedy that AMCU was a role player. That goes without saying, that what Ms. Pillay dealt with you. You knew that, eh?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, let me further clarify the issue of knowing that people are a role player. You know, the first process is that we engage on a regular basis with stakeholders. And on the basis of that, the other issues that we engage with unions which are registered through the Department of Labor. And two, AMCU we had never engaged at all. And therefore in our space, one would assume that it never existed, even if you hear about it. One would have seen AMCU on the basis of a union which is entering the industry and recruiting members within the mining industry, which is fine for them to do that. And I also want to say, Mr. Chairman, subsequent to the various meetings which took place after the incident of the 16th, the companies we're engaging with confirmed that AMCU was not a recognized union to us or for them. And hence the process of engaging with the union, with AMCU in the verification of its membership was, they were busy with those processes. So it's within that context when we say AMCU was not part of the process.
Yeah, no, that's not the question I've asked you. Did you know that AMCU was part of the problem, or even that it was part of the solution?
That's a difficult question to answer. When
Okay, let's break it down. Did you know that AMCU was part of the problem in Marikana, or the situation in Marikana?
I've never, I don't know. I've never
You
heard of
didn't know?
that.
No, I'm not asking you about now. At the time,
I'm talking about the time. How can I say they're a problem when you're not engaging with them? And when we've never even analyzed what they're doing, then we start saying they're a problem. They're a problem because you would understand what is it that they're doing which leads you to saying that they are a problem.
and did you think, okay, let's say, did you think that they were part of the solution?
Well, if indeed they were there, and after we realized that it's important to engage with them, they had to be part of the solution.
No, I'm saying before you knew that, before the 16th,
Well, if their status was not defined to us,
they couldn't be part of the solution.
no a problem to us.
Okay. Then why, on the 14th of August, according to your statement in paragraph 4, paragraph 10, page 4, I'm going to suggest that your answer is untruthful because this is what you said in your statement. On the 14th of August 2012, I received a call from Vice President of the Chamber of Mines, Mr. Mike Teke. He informed me that he wanted to convene a meeting with both Mr. Frans Baleni, the General Secretary of NUM, and Mr. Joseph Matunjwa, the President of AMCU, to engage in mediation to find a solution to the situation in Marikana. Can you see that this is this shows that your previous answer was untruthful?
It was truthful. Mr. Chairman, can I elaborate on point 10?
Yeah.
So that we can, so that all of us can understand. Mr. Teke raises the issue to say he knows Matunjwa personally. He's been working with Matunjwa, and he believes that he can bring France and Mr. Matunjwa together in trying to find a solution. That's when the issue of AMCU and them coming together. Therefore, I'm trying to say, whilst we did not see them as a problem, but if the chamber Vice President brings to our attention to say a solution can be found by bringing the two parties through the Mr. Matunjwa and Mr. Baleni, it will bring stability. I couldn't say no.
Thank you.
But for me, it was never, I've never characterized Mr. Matunjwa as a problem or a solution. But when it's saying that's the route which has to be taken, any form of help, any form of assistance or intervention was very critical at this point.
So I can understand that, but surely it's implicit in what you've told us in paragraph 10, that you were told on the 14th of August that the Chamber of Mines
Yes.
is of the view that AMCU are in a position to make a contribution to finding a solution to the situation in Marikana.
That is what I'm saying. I'm trying to elaborate on this particular statement in finding a solution. Because whoever, when there's a dispute or there's a challenge, who's prepared to contribute to finding a lasting solution, it's welcomed.
Yeah, because it doesn't go a little bit further than that. Doesn't it indicate that the Chamber of Mines, which after all is a fairly influential body, plays an important role in the mining industry, I would think?
Well,
The Chamber of Mines appears to take the view that it's important that AMCU should be involved in finding a solution to the situation in Marikana. And they were not only of that view, but the Chamber of Mines was actually taking action because the Vice President wanted to convene a meeting between these two gentlemen and these two gentlemen only, Mr. Beleni of NUM and Mr. Mutunjwa of AMCU, so that a solution could be found, to the situation in Marikana. That's all clear, isn't it?
that's very much clear.
So that conveyed to you, I would imagine, unmistakably, that AMCU were indeed an important enough role player in this situation to be a possible source of contribution to solving the problems. That's fair too, isn't it?
That's very fair, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. And you fully supported this mediation, as you call it, between the two by the Chamber of Mines, correct?
Correct?
Well, but when we reach the convenient stage, we'll take the lunch turn. Just tell me when. I'm not
yes,
stopping you now. but
just round off this.
When it's convenient, tell me.
Thank you, Chairperson. In fact, on paragraph 15 of your statement, Mr. Sibiya also told you about their effort, correct?
It's true.
And you say that, and it was the same mediation effort that Mr. Teke had referred to, correct?
Indeed, it's true.
And you say that he confirmed that the mediation process to resolve the conflict in Marikana was being arranged and would be funded by the Chamber of Mines. I pledged my full support for such mediation process.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, you didn't pledge your full support to a mediation process that involved two parties if one of them was not part of the solution, or at least part of the problem.
Well,
Because there would be nothing to mediate.
Well, if parties are in conflict, whether you recognize them or you don't recognize them, if they should form part of the solution, you will recognize that.
Okay, also they did form part of the solution. And you are also saying that they were part of a conflict, which is a problem. So they were also part of the problem.
I never said they were part of the problem.
You said they were part of a conflict.
If they are part of the conflict or they were involved in a conflict, they have to be brought on board to find a solution.
Yes, I agree with that. And a conflict is a problem.
That's English.
Oh, no, in any language. Is a conflict a problem or not?
I'm just saying it's English.
Well,
You're using the same words. It's English.
does that mean?
Saying to you that conflict by definition must be a problem.
No,
So
that's not what she's
it's
saying,
taking the
Chairperson.
case no further. She's saying that's what it amounts to in English, if I
Well,
understand it
maybe
correctly.
you can get her to say that. It would be better if she says what you say she says, which she's not saying. Is conflict a problem?
It's English, Mr. Mpofu, and that's not my mother tongue.
Will you answer my question in any language of your choice?
It's English. It's English.
Is conflict a problem?
Angiphethanga i-dictionary ukuchecka ukuthi it's a problem or not.
You don't have to be petulant.
No, just before I don't-
Well, you didn't even hear what she said,
I
Chairperson.
I heard exactly what she said. I don't think it's being pitched. She indicates that she has a linguistic difficulty with the words you used because English is not her first language. That's what she,
Which
that's
word,
why-
Chairperson?
that's why I understood
Problem.
it.
Is that the word she doesn't
Well,
understand?
let's ask her.
Oh.
What exactly do you want to use the dictionary for? What word do you want to look up in the dictionary?
I'm just saying he uses the same words simultaneously, and it's
Yeah.
English.
All right. I think this is possibly an appropriate note for us to take the lunch at German. And you can resume this discussion after lunch, all right?
Yeah. Oh, wouldn't it, oh, you mean to
Carry
take a
on.
lunch before I get an answer?
Yes.
It wouldn't be better to get an answer and then we go to lunch?
Well, I fear we may our lunch may be long delayed if we have to.
Yes,
So
no,
let's
I
take the
agree.
German
It might take longer. The lunch might be shorter.
We'll,
Thank you,
we'll
Chairperson.
come back at 10 to 2.
business.
No, I understand.
Yes. And in line with that voluntary spirit, you understand that once you are here, you have to answer questions truthfully.
I understand she's got to answer the questions. If I allow the questions, she must answer them. And I'm sure she will. And if she doesn't, then...
I'm not asking you, Chairperson. I'm just saying that does she understand that she has to answer the questions truthfully? That's the question I was asking.
I take it the answer to that yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Examination
well,
like that long ago.
how
by-
must I
from
conduct
Mr.
this
Beza.
cross-examination?
We had
Must
a-
I ask her or must I...
We had a cross-examination like that from Mr. Beza long ago. I don't think it's necessary to repeat it every time, but anyway, carry on with your cross-examination.
And do you understand the implications of a person like you giving false evidence?
Mr. Chairman, I have no intention of giving false evidence.
Yes, but despite that,
Not the question. The question is, do you understand the implications if you do give false evidence?
Mr. Chairman, I took an oath in this particular commission, and by implication, it means exactly that.
Yes.
yes. And you know that Mr. Ramaphosa also gave evidence here, and he took an oath as well, and also an oath of office, like you, correct?
I can't answer on behalf of him, Mr. Chairman.
No, but you were present when he took the oath of office.
Mr. Chairman, oath of office I know.
Yes. Okay, fine. Then I can tell you, you can take it from me that he also took an oath here. Now, Mr. Ramaphosa says under oath that you changed your characterization of the situation at Lonmin, and you say under oath that you did not change the characterization. So one of you must be telling a falsity. Is it him or is it you?
Mr. Chairman, I've made my submission. I can't do it on behalf of Mr. Ramaphosa.
No. I accept that, Minister. All I'm saying is that you say you never changed your characterization. So anyone who says you changed your characterization is lying.
It doesn't
Chairperson,
follow.
can you leave that for argument?
No, Mr. It's not a proper question. It doesn't follow from the fact that the witnesses' evidence conflict that one or the other is lying. There's also the possibility that one of them is mistaken.
Yes, I know, Chairperson, but cross-examination, I'm sure you've heard this one before, Chairperson. If there's a statement by one witness and another witness, then you ask the other witness. It happens every day in all the courts in our country.
Put it on the basis it follows, I understood you, that it follows that one of the two of you must be lying, and I jibbed at that.
Okay. All right. You say that you never changed your characterization, and he says that you did. And if we exclude the possibility of anyone making a mistake, then one of you is lying, correct?
It's your own words, Mr. Mpofu. Mr. Chairman, I haven't lied. I've presented myself to this commission.
Yes, no, okay. And if we accept that, then he's the one who's presenting something that is not factually true.
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer on behalf of Mr. Ramaphosa.
No,
At the end of the day,
not just
Mr.
Mr. Ramaphosa,
at the end of the
anybody.
Day, sorry, Mr. Pofu, at the end of the day, it's a finding we may have to make. You address submissions to us in that regard, and we will have to make the finding unless we find there's a scope for genuine misunderstanding or mistake. But I think it's a little bit unfair to expect the witness to, as it were, express a value judgment regarding the evidence of another witness, particularly a value judgment of the kind that you've mentioned. You've made your point. You have all the material on record for which you can make all the submissions you wish at the appropriate time.
Chairperson, it's also unfair. You know, people died in this thing, and there are people who are seriously injured. And it's unfair on them for witnesses to be allowed not to answer questions. They want to know the truth. And they want to know if the opposite of the truth is if someone is not telling the truth. And they want to know that too. They are entitled to it. That's what it says behind you there, Chairperson. Truth, restoration, and justice.
By implication,
so the opposite of truth is lies.
No, opposite of truth is inaccuracy, which can either be deliberate or not deliberate.
Yes.
The witness, by implication, has answered your question. When you put to her the alternatives, she said, well, I am telling the truth. So you don't need to be a rocket scientist to follow what the consequences of that answer is.
Okay. Well, and I'll ask you this. If either you or Mr. Ramaphosa is not telling the truth, you also understand the serious implications of that under oath?
Well, I am under oath, and all what I've said is truthful.
All right. Then you said that, well, let's go to the issue of the characterization. It's quite clear that Mr. Ramaphosa's mission to meet with you was for you to change your characterization. Whether it was a successful mission or not is another matter. But you can tell that that was one of his missions, correct?
He never said he intends to, Mr. Chairman. He intends to change or influence me on the characterization, because the issue of characterization of the situation was never mentioned to me, or his intention to influence me was never there.
Yes, but you said that your intention was to only articulate your change of the characterization after you had spoken to the president, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I indicated at the beginning that I have never changed the characterization. My explanation earlier on was that the labor dispute continued, but as it escalates, then there was an element or the criminality which started cropping in. Hence, I mentioned that if you read my statement, it also talks about escalation of violence as a concern.
Please answer the question. Did you say that you had intended to change your characterization only after speaking to the president or not?
Mr. Chairman, I've never said I've changed the characterization.
No. Did you say that you would mention the fact that the situation now needed the intervention of the Minister of Police only after meeting with the president? Did you say that this morning?
Mr. Chairman, I've never said only after I've met with the Minister of Police. I said I'm going to brief. There was no either or in my answer.
No. You were asked by Mr. Ngqaitobi, and you said that you would, although you only said to Mr. Gwala that it was a labor dispute, it was in anticipation that you would only articulate the fuller view once you had met with the president. You said that, it's on the record. Are you denying that?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I indicated that I will brief the president, and when I was asked earlier on, I stated that because Mr. Xolani Gwala is a radio personnel and he was talking to the broader community, I could not divulge everything. I just made sure that I focus on the part of a labor dispute. But at the back of my mind, I was clear that I'll brief the president fully. And I've sort of tried to qualify the reasons why I couldn't go public on saying exactly what is it that I was going to tell the president.
And yet, before you met with the president, you indicated to Mr. Ramaphosa that you agreed with him.
Well,
Correct?
I agreed with Mr. Ramaphosa that because we're talking about the violence which was happening, or 10 people who had already died in that space.
And when you agreed with him, you agreed with his characterization, which was that it was not a labor dispute.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think earlier on I clarified that when we spoke about it, you cannot isolate the labor dispute, even if there was an issue of people who were killed. It never stopped being a labor dispute. I think I explained that earlier on, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, but Mr. Ramaphosa's view was not that. We've gone through that. I gave him the ABC and the hybrid and all that. The view articulated in the emails by him was that it was not, in capital letter, a labor dispute at all.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the email which I've just seen during these proceedings was an email sent to Lonmin and never shared with me or gave me an opportunity to say yeah or no.
No. All right. Mr. Ramaphosa's statement is FF32. If you can bring up a paragraph 13.5. This is what he said under oath. This is the exact point I'm making. We need to find out which one was telling the truth under oath. He says that I also discussed the matter with Minister of Mineral Resources, that's you. The import of my discussion with her was to bring to her attention the increasing acts of violence taking place at Marikana, which in Lonmin's view were criminal and which were not going to be resolved without political intervention. Did you get those two? Did you agree with those two statements? They were criminal and were not going to be resolved without political intervention.
Well, I don't remember hearing Mr. Ramaphosa to say it needs a political intervention.
Okay, if you don't remember, it means it's possible that it happened.
Well, Mr. Mpofu, that's your own assumption.
Yeah, and then he goes on to say, Minister Shabangu agreed with Lonmin's characterization of the situation. Again, I've told you what Lonmin's characterization of the situation was. That it was not a labor dispute at all. It was a criminal act which needed the army or the police. Is it true what is said here under oath that you agreed with Lonmin's characterization of the situation?
Once more, Mr. Chairman, can I state I've expressed myself for the characterization of the situation, but also I neither employee or employer of Lonmin. Hence, what was discussed between Mr. Ramaphosa and Lonmin, I can confirm.
Yes. No, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not clear. He's busy discussing what was agreed between you and him, nothing to do. He says, Minister Shabangu, that is you, agreed with Lonmin's characterization of the situation. Is that true or false?
Mr. Chairman, I can't say yeah or no, because for me this is a hearsay. I was not there, and I never agreed with Lonmin's characterization. I don't even know where was it characterized.
And he goes on to say, and indicated to me that she would bring the matter to the attention of the cabinet and the president. Is that true or false?
Well, I said I'll bring the matter to the attention of the president and the Minister of Police.
And I think, forgive me if you've already answered this one, but did you also tell him that the Minister of Police would be asked to act in a more pointed way?
Well, I don't understand what is this pointed way. Once more.
Mr. Ramaphosa used, you see, in his email.
He might have...
In relation to you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to say this pointed way. If you say you're going to raise something with a person, that's what I said, but a pointed way, because for me, when you say pointed way, it's like a particular direction. So that was not my intention. My intention was to raise it with the minister.
You simply say, I'll raise it with the minister, or did you go further and say, give an indication of what you were going to say to the minister?
Well, I was going to say there's violence going on, but also the industry is getting affected as a whole because of the violence or the killings around Marikana. And the issue which was of concern was also to say, are the police in that particular space? You know, but my intention was to make sure that whether, because I don't have that authority to tell another minister what to do, nor tell the president what to do, but my responsibility is to raise the matters with them.
Yeah. I'll ask you something slightly different. What did you tell Mr. Ramaphosa what you intended to say to the minister, or did you simply say, I'll discuss the matter with the minister, I'll raise it with him, and no more?
Mr. Chairman, I said I will raise the issue without going into detail. What is it that I was going to raise with the president nor the Minister of Police.
In an answer to Mr. Ngokaitobi this morning, you said that when you spoke to Mr. Xolani Gwala, you did not think at that stage the situation needed the intervention of the police, correct?
I repeat, I said because Mr. Gwala was on radio and in the public space, I could not raise everything. I only focused on the labor dispute to say this is a labor dispute which needs the parties to come together. That's what I said in the morning, and I even went further to say the reason I did not say that because I had still to consult with the Minister of Police, with the President. Hence, I could not characterize that as in that particular way because I would have gone beyond my own mandate.
And, okay, well, I don't understand it, but let's move on. Mr. Ramaphosa said to you that your silence and inaction about what was happening at Lonmin was bad for you and for the government.
Well, that was his own observation. I agree.
You agree with what? Do you agree that it was bad for you?
Well, that's his own option. I'm saying I agree that he did say that to me.
And did you agree with him that it was bad for you and the government?
Mr. Chairman, he made a statement which I never responded to.
Well, now I'm asking you, do you agree with you that your silence and inaction was bad for you and the government?
Well, Mr. Mpofu, at that time, I decided that for us was good to keep quiet because the issues for us was more about labor dispute.
No, but that can't be true, Minister, because once Mr. Ramaphosa criticized you like this, your response was that you were going to rectify that problem. You were going to issue a statement.
Let me remind you, Mr. Chairman, let me remind Mr. Mpofu, when the issue of me issuing a statement arose, it arose on the basis of, if you look at it, there was a statement shown by SAPA, which was which was held on that particular day at 16:55. Already, I was in line with that because if you look at that already, I had made statements during the day to the various medias, which was published the following day.
Yeah,
or
but
the same day.
It was shown to you by Ms. Pillay that that could not have been the statement you were referring to, because you were saying you were going to issue a statement, and you spoke to Mr. Ramaphosa around 6 o'clock.
Well, Mr. Mpofu, if I can say to you, if that's not the statement, if I said I was going to issue a statement, it was on the basis of that we had already started talking to the media.
So once again, Mr. Ramaphosa is giving an incorrect picture when she says, she being you, that she was going to issue a statement. Because now you're telling us about a statement which was already issued by the time you spoke to Mr. Ramaphosa.
Well, Mr. Mpofu, during the day in Brakpan, I had already started issuing statements. And if you follow that, even if I had said I'm going to issue a statement, there was no further statement issued by me.
Yes, well, either you were misleading him or he was misleading Roger. That's what I want to know.
Well, a statement, I'm not committed to making a statement. If I say something and that doesn't happen, it doesn't mean, therefore, the intention, Mr. Chairman, was to mislead. There might have been other reasons which overtake the situation.
So did you then, when he criticized you for silence, you said you were going to issue a statement? Is that possible?
It was not arising out of Mr. Mpofu, out of the silence.
Well, he also complained, let's leave the silence for now. He also complained about inaction. So that one calls for action, correct?
Well, inaction can mean many things, Mr. Chairman. Already we had made a statement whilst we were at Brakpan, so I could not respond to an inaction because already we were starting to say something about the situation.
And he says he's going to be in Cape Town to have a discussion with you and see what you need to do Why did you have to take orders from Mr. Ramaphosa about what you need to do?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mpofu might say it's an instruction. I understand as two parties, two adults, looking at a situation and agreeing to that, I don't think it's an instruction.
Well, Mr. Ramaphosa used the words, or at least he was asked to influence you, and this was part of that endeavor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, whoever asked him to influence me, Mr. Chairman, I think he failed to influence me because I was never influenced by him.
He was asked to influence you and encourage you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was never influenced by Mr. Ramaphosa.
Well, he reported that he did, that he succeeded in influencing you and encouraging you.
Well, I cannot say, Mr. Chairman, I know that because at the end of the day, the emails he wrote, it was about him and the company. What he writes there, I cannot confirm. For whatever reason he decided to say that he has influenced me, I can't see that being my responsibility because I never saw that until I come to this commission.
Do you accept that it would be unlawful for you as a minister to allow yourself to be influenced for somebody's personal or financial benefit?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm one person, if I may say, who is very, very independent. I was not influenced by Mr. Ramaphosa.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Do you accept that it would be unlawful for you as a minister of state who has taken the oath to allow yourself to be influenced and encouraged by someone for financial gain?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was never influenced. I'm a very independent person to be influenced by people who want to make gains out of me.
I'm asking the question for the last time. Do you accept that it would be unlawful for you as a minister of state who has taken the oath under the Constitution to allow yourself to be influenced politically by someone for financial gain?
Mr. Chairman, it has nothing to do what Mr. Mpofu is raising with me.
Okay, I'll take it you don't want to answer the question. Well, I'll answer it for you. It is not only unlawful, it is a criminal act. Do you know about the concept of abuse of power?
I know.
And you know that abuse of power is an element of corruption under the new act?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not aware that it becomes a corruption.
I am a lawyer, and I also happen to have been one of the people who helped to draft the new Prevention and Combating of Corruption Activities 12 of 2004, when I was the chairperson of the National Anti-Corruption Forum. And it says the following.
Referring to?
3, chairperson. Any person who directly or indirectly accepts, or I'll just jump the non-relevant parts, chairperson, just to save time. Any person who directly or indirectly gives or agrees or offers to give to any person any gratification, whether for the benefit of that other person or for the benefit of another person, in order to act personally or by influencing, that's the word that is in the emails, another person to act in a manner that amounts to misuse or selling of illegal, dishonest, unauthorized, incomplete, or biased exercise, carrying out the performance of any powers and so on, amounts to, or any other legal obligation which amounts to the abuse of a position of authority, which is what I'm accusing you of, is guilty of an offense of corruption. So it's a criminal offense. Were you aware of that?
Well, Mr. Mpofu, I haven't committed any criminal act, Mr. Chairman. I was never influenced. I'm still saying that. That's an insinuation.
No, all I'm
from
asking you
Mr.
is
Mpofu.
if, I'm saying, and I accept that that is your answer. I'm saying that if a person in public authority would allow himself or herself to be influenced in the manner that is described for gratification, and you can accept that gratification includes financial gain, that would amount to corruption.
What is the financial gain which you are suggesting this witness was going to get?
No, it's not the
exchange?
witness, obviously, Chairperson. Okay, let me ask him. Do you understand that in corruption, we have to charge the corruptor and the corruptee?
That's your opinion, Mr. Mpofu?
What is your opinion? Do you think you just
The
charge the corruptor or just the corruptee or both?
Mr.
Chairman, with
Chairperson?
respect, if I may just be allowed, with the greatest of respect to my learned friend, I don't see what the witness's opinion of the law might be of any interest to this commission. With respect, whatever the witness answers will not change the law,
No.
as your lordship pleases.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you for that, Mr. Paternoster. I'm not asking her about the law. I'm asking her, just as a Minister of State, whether she agrees that corruption involves a corruptor and a corruptee, and that both should be held liable.
You're asking for her views on the law.
No.
And
Her views on corruption.
yeah, no, you're talking about in the context of the Corruption Act.
Well,
Obviously, you have the person who does the bribing and the person who accepts the bribe. Both of them are guilty of criminal offences. That's right, isn't it?
that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And to
Mr. Mpofu, I have difficulty following this. You say you don't accept, you're not suggesting that this witness was going to get any financial gratification. So, regarding the fact we're dealing with Mr. Ramaphosa on the one side and the witness on the other, you never suggested to Mr. Ramaphosa when he gave evidence that he was guilty of corruption, did you?
no, well,
So,
Chairperson,
so how
are
is
you
it gonna help
suggesting?
us?
I never suggested to Mr. Ramaphosa that he did this for financial gratification. Me, it's all over the
You never
record.
suggested to him that he was,
Yeah,
was he the, I'm not sure whether you say he was the briber or the bribee, but you never suggested to Mr. Ramaphosa in your lengthy cross-examination of him that he had contravened the provisions of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 12 of 2004.
and so what, Chairperson? That means that
No, you were
A,
not-
does that mean he's not guilty of it, or B, does that mean no one else
No.
that is?
What
What's
I'm
the
saying, I
point?
have difficulty now in regarding the fact you don't make that or didn't make that allegation against Mr. Ramaphosa. Difficulty to understand on what basis you're now suggesting to this witness that she was involved in what amounts to a corrupt transaction involving Mr. Ramaphosa on the one side and her on the other. So I don't understand where this cross-examination is getting us.
Well, Chairperson, with the greatest respect, I'm sure everyone else understands that if I didn't put something to Mr. Ramaphosa...
Thank you for that. Sorry, say something.
Yeah, now you
Thank you for that
interrupt.
gratuitous
I thought we
insult.
don't interrupt people,
Thank you for-
Chairperson.
No, if you
Well,
want to
he said there was
gratuitously
interrupting.
insult me, I suppose I just have to sit here and bear it. But
Well-
I just want you to know that I'm aware of the fact that you've done it. And I don't expect counsel of your standing at the bar to indulge in conduct of that kind. But if you want to do it, I suppose I can't stop you.
No, Chairperson, I'm saying that you gave me a lecture the other day about not interrupting. I'm still talking. And I'm saying that if the point was not put to, let's say, 4 or 5 members of some conspiracy because of constraints of time or for whatever reason, how can that disentitle me to put it to this witness? Remember, Mr. Ramaphosa was accusing of something much higher, which is murder. I'm saying to this witness that she is, if she being the minister who was influenced, remember Mr. Ramaphosa was not a member of the cabinet at the time. She was. And I'm saying to her, if she allowed herself or any member of the cabinet to be influenced politically by someone for gratification, then that minister would be guilty of corruption. There's a difference between her and him.
Yes. Are you finished now? Can I respond to you now without being
yes,
accused of interrupting?
thank
Good. What exactly is the offence that you say she's guilty of? I think in fairness you must put that to her to give her an opportunity to do.
I thought that's all I was doing. I've just said to her that she accept that abuse of authority of a person in that position would be unlawful. She said she's not a lawyer. So I said, then I'm going to explain to her that if a person acts in terms of the new act, which obviously I'll argue, I'm not going to argue the law with the witness. I'll argue with you at the end of the case. But I'm just showing her in layman's terms that should a minister allow herself to be unduly or to be influenced or encouraged, as the Act says, by someone for financial gratification, that is that person who's be guilty of the offense of corruption. It's a simple proposition.
This is a legal question. I don't think it's fair to expect an answer from the witness, but the section actually reads, now, any person, direct or indirect, accepts or agrees or offers to accept any gratification from any other person, whether for the benefit of himself or herself for the benefit of any other person, or who gives or agrees or offers to give to any other person any gratification, whether for the benefit of that other person or for the benefit of another person, in order to act personally or by influencing another person so to act in a manner which amounts to the illegal, dishonest, unauthorized, incomplete, or biased, or misuse or selling of information or material acquired in the course of the exercise, carrying out or performance of any powers, duties, and functions arising out of a constitutional, statutory, contractual, or any other legal obligation, or that amounts to, and this is the language you rely on, the abuse of a position of authority, a breach of trust, or a violation of a legal duty or set of rules. Those appear to be, and it goes on, is guilty of offence of corruption. Those appear to be the sections you rely on. Now, it's not suggested that this witness agreed to accept any gratification. So the gratification wasn't going to come to her. So then the other side of the coin is Mr. Ramaphosa. Was he giving or agreeing, offering to give any other person any gratification? The answer to that is also no. So that's why I have mystification.
Why is the answer no, Chairperson? When I put it so squarely to Mr. Ramaphosa that when he was running around, he was doing that for financial gratification. How can that be?
Well,
how do we know the answer before?
Well, I'm inclined to think that the construction you're putting on the section is incorrect. But I don't think we need to argue it now.
No.
It's something you can argue at the end of the matter. I'm not going to allow you to ask this witness any more questions on the matter because, as Mr. Bardenwell said, her views on the matter aren't going to take it any further. But I'll give you the fullest opportunity to argue in the written heads that you submit to us in
That's fine.
what you say in this regard.
Yeah. Well, just for you, Chairperson, let me, for your purposes now, we'll peg it for later, as you say. Gratification is defined in the section, if you go to page
I've read
643,
I've read
and
the
it
definition
includes
section.
any loss, financial loss, which I cross-examined extensively on, but that's fine. If we don't want to ask the witness, we don't want to ask the witness.
No, I'm not interested with respect in her answers to the question. I understand you may want to argue the point later. You can do so in the written heads you file, but I'm not going to allow you to ask any more questions of this witness on the point because I don't think her answers are going to contribute to the debate in any way.
Yeah,
So let's
well,
carry on.
okay, that's fine. Then let me do this, Minister, then without you giving you the benefit without giving you the benefit of explaining what I'm going to say. I'm going to argue at the end of the case that you are guilty of corruption in terms of at least the section that I read to you, which is Section 3 of the Act. Do you have any comment?
Mr. Chairman, that's his own view. May I say the Commission will make the finding. I'm here to present to the Commission.
Yes. And I'll also say that
Leave
because
the judgment to the Commission at the point. She's not giving her own views. Okay. Let's carry
I'll
on to the
also,
next point.
thank you. I'll also say that you knew exactly what the reason for the change in characterization was, which was to facilitate the high-handed action, or what was called in one of the passages that Ms. Pillay put to you, the full might of the state and the army and the police and all those things. That's what Lonmin wanted, and you knew that changing the characterization, that's what it would bring.
Mr. Chairman, once more, I don't work for Lonmin. No, they have communicated those issues they raised with me, and therefore I can't see myself in the space which Mr. Mpofu is saying.
Well, I'm saying that you knew that what the characterization would do, it was going to be to militarize the situation and bring about violence, state-sponsored violence.
Well,
Did you know that?
I didn't know, Mr. Chairman.
Well, okay, now then I'm going to put it, you must have known that that is what it would do, because somebody said this: you must kill the bastards if they threaten you or the community. You must not worry about the regulations. I want no warning shots. You have one shot and it must be a kill shot. I want to assure the police station commissioners and policemen and women from these areas that they have permission to kill these criminals. I will not tolerate any pathetic excuses for you not being able to deal with crime. You have been given guns, now use them. If criminals dare to threaten the police or the livelihood of lives of innocent men, women, and children, then they must be killed. Who said that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mpofu is very pathetic.
That's not an answer to the question. He put a quotation to you, which I suspect is a quotation from a speech you made when you were Deputy Minister of Police in 2008. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So that, he put the quotation. Do you know what's the follow-up from that quotation?
Who said those words?
No, she admits it. I put it to her. She said it and she agreed. So you can carry on to the next point.
She said what?
I put it to her that she said it when she was Deputy Minister of Police in 2008, and she agreed. So
Yes.
you don't have to ask that again.
Do you, all right, thank you. The chairperson put the question that I put to you. Do you think that he's pathetic? Well, because he put the same question. Okay, thank you. Right. Fine.
Sorry.
Now, the point I'm putting to you, Minister, is that you said that people must be killed, there must be no warning shots, they have one shot and it must be a kill shot, that they have permission to kill the criminals. You will not tolerate any excuses. They've been given guns, now they must use them. And if criminals dare to threaten the police, they must be killed. And therefore, what I'm saying is that you knew that the recharacterization of what was going on at Lonmin, of those people to criminals, would bring them within the ambit of your statement, namely that they must be killed. What do you say to that?
Mr. Chairman, I refuse to answer that.
I don't think you have a choice.
Mr. Barnes?
Mr. Chairman, I had understood that precisely the same debate had previously been raised and the Commission had made a ruling in relation to the question being raised by our learned friend for the evidence leaders. As with respect, the Chairman had pointed out,
No,
whatever the comments might
It was
later on
counsel
be...
for the Legal Resources Centre who asked the question, and I didn't allow it to be put. So, in effect, you're asking me to reaffirm my ruling in the case.
As it
Question put
pleases
now by
you.
Mr.
As-
Mpofu. What do you say about that, Mr. Mpofu?
No, Chairperson. The question that was put by Mr. Ngaitobi was different. He was saying that, I think in 2000...
Toby, I think is the
Mr.
correct
Ngaitobi,
answer.
yes. What you are saying was that there was some report, which I'm also in possession of, that dealt with these matters, and the chairperson correctly pointed out that that report referred to a particular period. I'm busy dealing with this issue of characterization, and this line of questioning was allowed when I put it to Mr. Ramaphosa, who was not even a maker of the statements. So it cannot be disallowed when I'm talking to the maker of the statement. All I'm saying is that in terms of her statement, the characterization of something as criminal would bring about the fact that those people must be killed. That's what she said, not Mr. Ramaphosa, not anyone else.
Let me put the question that you were putting, as I understand it, to the witness, and let's see what her answer is. Mr. Mpofu is putting the following proposition to you. He's saying, I'm paraphrasing it. In 2008, you made a a statement which attracted quite a lot of unfavorable publicity at the time, in which you urged the police to act in the way that he read. But to do that to criminals, that's what you said. What exactly you meant is neither here nor there. That's what you said. And what he's saying to you, he's putting this proposition to you. He says, because you were prepared to accept the characterization that the strikers, or some of them, were criminals because they were guilty of criminal acts, that meant that you were in effect saying they must be treated, because they are, quote, criminals, unquote, in the way that you had said the police must act in that speech you made in 2008. Now, did you intend that consequence to follow from your approach to accept that the conduct of which some of the strikers were guilty amounted to criminal conduct? Is that was your intention when you made that statement?
Mr. Chairman, there was never an intention of classifying a labor dispute to be the same as criminals who carry guns, AK-47, killing police. It can never be characterized as the same. It's completely different situations, and the context are completely different.
No, I'm afraid it's not that easy. In your statement, you did not just talk about people killing police. You actually said in your favor that if criminals threaten the police, but say all the livelihood or lives of innocent men, women, and children, they must be killed. So you never confined it to police killers. Be that as it may, these people were also labeled as police killers.
Mr. Paul, for what it's worth, again, you may have all the material you need to make submission to the end. What the witness has said, whether you accept her evidence or not, is neither here nor there. You may well contend that the evidence she gives mustn't be accepted. What she says is, when she said that some of the strikers have been guilty of criminal conduct, she didn't intend to bring into operation against them these remarks that she made in 2008. You may say that that's not correct. You may make all sorts of submissions in that regard. But that's the answer she's given. I don't know that one can take it any further at this stage.
Well,
particularly regarding to the fact that your time is limited, and I'm sure you will have got other points you want to raise before your time runs out.
And I also want to put to you that when Mr. Jamieson said that he had had 2 discussions with the DG, and in each case characterized this not as an industrial issue, but a civil unrest, destabilization, criminal issue which could not be resolved without political intervention and needs the situation to be stabilized by the police or the army. Those exactly are the words that were used by Mr. Ramaphosa that he says you agreed with under oath.
Mr. Chairman, the discussion between employees or directors of Lonmin in written correspondence don't characterize my interaction with Mr. Ramaphosa. Therefore, it has nothing to do with me, because I have nothing to do with Lonmin or any beneficiary or become a beneficiary to any matters of Lonmin.
Yes, but when you made your statement as a leader, it would have obviously influenced the police men on the ground, correct?
I'm not a minister of police. I don't have influence on the police.
No. When you made the statement, you were the deputy minister of police, it would have influenced the policemen on the ground as you were their leader, yes or no?
Well, the leader in terms of the constitution is the minister.
And the deputy leader is not a leader.
Mr. Paul, I don't know how, I understand the point you're putting, but I don't know how it's going to help us. It's a point you can argue. Whether she realized at the time, because she was deputy minister, the police would listen, is a matter which may be of interest elsewhere, but I'm not sure it's of interest to ask. She said certain things. They may, objectively speaking, have had a consequence in inducing certain beliefs on the part of the police. Whether she intended that or not isn't really relevant. if it had that result, it may well have had unfortunate consequences. I don't know there's any point in investigating with her further. Your time is running out. If you've got any other points which you consider to be of substance to put to her, I suggest you put them to her in the time still available to you.
Yeah. Okay. Did Mr. Ramaphosa, in the email on, I think it's BBB 4.5.
That on the screen, I think it should be put on the screen. What exactly is the exhibit number?
That's not on the screen.
That's not on the screen. I suggest you put it on the screen. Tell the operator what the exhibit number is, and he will put it up for the witness to see.
You say that,
What's the exhibit number, Mr.? Is it the, which one is it? Give us the dates and give us the time.
it's 2:58 p.m.
It's
Yeah.
the one we now have on the screen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You say that you had the meeting with Mr. Ramaphosa in the morning, correct? And Mr. Ramaphosa said in that email that he had, this is about 3 p.m., and he said, I have just had a discussion with Susan Shabangu. Well, firstly, is he allowed to just call you by your name without any title? Is that the kind of
Well,
relationship?
surely in private correspondence with third parties, he can call it what he likes. But have you known him for a long time?
I've known Mr. Cyril for a very, very long time. Mr. Chairman.
What do you call him? Do you call him Mr. Ramaphosa, sir? What do you call him when you speak to him?
Mr. Chairman, I called him Cyril.
What does he call you?
He calls me Susan.
There we are.
Well, he never calls you Minister Shabangu.
Well, in official situations, he would refer to me as a minister.
And in other situations, if
Well,
you go
he's
to
my-
28.9D, he says, I will stress that Minister Shabangu should have a discussion with Roger. Have you known him for a long time?
I
She
think
said she has. She said
Yeah,
on
no, I'm
first
just
name terms.
being
Oh,
facetious.
really, Mr. Paul? You know,
Yeah, no, I
I'm
mean-
sure you can ask questions that will help us to write our report. I don't find these questions helpful.
So, is he, you don't know under which situations he calls you Minister Shabangu and others where he calls you Susan
I
Shabangu?
don't disallow that question. I have the power to disallow questions on the ground that
Well,
answers
that's
are not
fine.
likely to be sufficient
That's
privacy
fine.
value.
Well,
I
it's
suggest you ask
relevant.
questions in a more pointed way.
Well, Chairperson, this is not a joke, by the way. Yeah, if someone is going to influence another one politically, it's relevant what the hierarchical relationship between them is. Some might think this is a joke, but it's not.
Jack, she's already said they were on first name terms.
Well, I'm sure when
In
you're that...
official context, he might call her minister, but when they meet each other, they call
Anyway,
each other by
it's
their
fine.
first names. We've
To
got
say-
that evidence on record.
Yeah, well,
Surely
okay.
there are other better points you
Yeah,
can advance
it's
in the
not
time
a-
available.
Okay, yeah, all right. Well, it's not a joke, a laughing matter. But he says that you had just had a discussion with him. Was that correct or not?
I've confirmed that it's true, Mr. Chairman.
And the time was 3 p.m.
Something that obviously can't have been right, because he says she'll be in Johannesburg by 5 p.m. Now, we all know it takes 2 hours, 10 minutes at least. You have to be at the airport about an hour before. So if she was going to be in Johannesburg by 5 p.m., she would have had to leave before 3. She would have at the airport before 2. So he couldn't have just have had the discussion with her. Obviously, it was an inaccurate expression. Whether it was really, what time did you say you saw him?
In the morning before half past 10. Before
Whether it was before 10
half past
or
10.
a little bit later, Mr. Ramaphosa must have been wrong there, if you just work out how long it takes to get to Johannesburg from Cape Town.
Well,
Is this going to help us to answer the questions in the terms of reference?
Yes, it will, Chairperson,
All right.
because it's
You'll
important.
you'll deal with it in your heads of argument. All right,
No.
let's carry on cross-examining.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. I suggested to Mr. Ramaphosa that he had performed a miraculous feat, if you remember, which he, of converting a minister from a particular characterization in the space of 5 hours. That's what I said. It turns out now from this witness that he did so in 5 minutes. Now, if you think that is not important, that he had the power to change a Minister of State's characterization in 5 minutes, as opposed to the 5 hours that I had suggested to him, then, well,
Well, you could argue
maybe
that
I'm
she's
wrong.
already said that she already was of that mind before he spoke to her. But anyway, let's move on to a point that will help us to write the report.
anyway, just to confirm, you said...
Sorry, Mr. Mr. How much longer has Mr. Poffer got?
Chair, there's 8 minutes.
8 minutes. Right.
Yeah.
You'll bear that in mind.
Well, I'm sure maybe Mr. Wesley can give us the time if I was allowed to just carry on. You accept that one of the key things for you as Minister of Minerals was to ensure that the human dignity of the workers is restored. That's part of the transformation process. The mining industry had almost taken all their human dignity away, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is defined in our constitution of the country.
Making the point that as Minister of Mineral Resources, the mining industry came under you, you were regulating it. And one of the things you had to look to was that the dignity of miners was respected. And I take it that's something that you did.
In line with the constitution?
Yes, in line with the constitution.
Yes.
Yes. And the workers have said that one of the issues that concern them and where their dignity was being violated was the fact that the employer was not prepared to even talk to them. You'd agree that one of the ways to affirm someone's dignity would be to listen and talk to them, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
And you took no steps when you were interacting with the shareholders of Lonmin to ascertain that they give an ear to the workers.
Well, Mr. Chairman, they interacted with me. They are the ones, as the correspondence indicates, which I have alluded to.
And you yourself,
Answering the question, I think you would let her complete.
And
Please
further, if you look at the various or my submission was that one of the ways was to talk to the chamber, which then facilitated a process. That's part of engagement.
and we've established that even when you went to Marikana, you yourself took no steps to give them any kind of hearing, the workers.
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, where was I going to give a hearing to the workers, because at that time they were at the copy.
Yeah, then you'd give them a hearing at the copy. You took no steps, no
When
such
did you
steps.
go to the copy? When did you go to Marikana?
On the 17th in the
17th,
morning.
the shooting was already over on the 16th. When you went on the 17th, after the killings on the 16th, did you receive any requests from any of the strikers to give you that you should give them an interview?
Well, the strikers from NUM did ask to see me.
Did you see them?
Yes, I did, Mr. Chairman.
Any other strikers asked to see you?
No further request was made, Mr. Chairman.
Do you think that as a minister, when there's a problem, you need to be invited, as the chairperson is suggesting? Wouldn't you take the initiative to address the two sides to the problem?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think all parties have the right to approach one another. If you understand the situation, I would not have gone to the copy.
Yes, but you address Lonmin without them having given you a special invitation. Correct?
Well, the president said I must go and find out what is going on.
Yes, what is going on was that, according to you, Lonmin was having a wage dispute with its workers. So you only spoke to one side of that equation.
Mr. Chairman, if you understood the situation on the day, I don't think I would have been able to go there, including the police were not allowed there.
No, the police were there the following day to supervise a meeting by a political leader. But anyway, one of the ways in which the restoration of the dignity of the workers would be through giving them a stake in the mining companies that they work for, correct?
Mr. Chairman, it's up to individual engagements who define and determine the space.
No, I'm asking you the question whether any of you, as someone who was entrusted with transformation, and you said, which included empowering historically disadvantaged individuals, would one of the ways to do that be to give the workers a stake or shareholding in the mining companies?
Mr. Chairman, that space gets defined by the parties which are engaged.
Okay, let me put it this way, maybe more in a more pointed way. I'm going to criticize you for having allowed, during your tenure, a situation where Mr. Ramaphosa's company acquired a stake where the workers had a shareholding and narrowed it to a stake which should be held by a few fat cats. That act contributed directly or indirectly to the tragedy.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the situation is up to the parties. Same, and that's his opinion, and same as he has shares in some assets of mining.
No.
I don't think that's the direction we should go, Witness, Ms. Shabangu. The proposition he's put to you, I think it's one of his closing points because his time's running out, is he says to you there was a share transaction, in terms whereof individual miners had shares, they lost them, we don't know the circumstances, and their place was taken by a number of people whom he describes in a way I don't have to repeat, one of whom was Mr. Ramaphosa. And they then got a substantial parcel of shares in Lonmin. He says the result, having said that, he then moves on to the next point, and he suggests that that was causally connected in some way with the troubles that arose at Lonmin during the period that we're busy with in August 2012. And he asks you whether you agree with that. I think that's a fair summary of what he says.
It is a fair summary.
Well, time is up, but let's get the witness's answer before we...
Well, Mr. Chairman, I must say that in my understanding, at the level of what was declared by the company to the DMR, at that time, the workers didn't have shares with Lonmin. What had shares was the tribal or the traditional leader or the clan in that particular area had shares with the company. And what you'd also find is that they were working on an ESOP, which is an employer ownership scheme at that point.
Well, I put it to you that the workers, and fortunately there's a worker who's currently on the stand, who says, and Mr. Ramaphosa confirmed this, that the workers' share was liquidated by his company that they had held at Dingwala. And all I'm saying to you is that I'm making the proposition that had the workers had a stake in the company and by extension been represented on the board of Lonmin, the chances would have been higher that they would have been engaged because they would have had representation there. And that strike, and I dare say even the 5-month strike that we've just come out of, might not have happened because they had a stake in the company, and it would be they would be hurting themselves, as it were, by striking and reducing the profit of the company or the dividend.
Right, you've heard the point. So we're going to adjourn in a moment, but let's get your answer to that question first. Please answer it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Inwala transaction, when I came into the department, was a failure and it had collapsed. So it never took off. It's one of those transactions, by virtue of their construction, where we're not going to be successful. So Inwala transaction, which is referring to, never succeeded, no, got off the ground.
So,
You say that there's no causal connection between the collapse of the Inkwala transaction and the subsequent troubles which took place in August 2012 and have brought us here today. Is that your answer?
That's my answer, Mr. Chairman.
so that means you would be, generally speaking, in support of a so-called broad-based PE transaction that actually narrows the scope of beneficiaries to exclude the workers.
Mr. Chairman, Inwala, by virtue of its structure, it was a non-starter, because it was structured in a way that would not have allowed it to take off.
Okay.
I-
If I can just
And
put-
that, let me further say, Mr. Chairman, this transaction, it did not happen during my time. It happened before. So when I came in 2009, already it was a failure, it was in tatters. It
Okay.
couldn't take
Yes, no, I accept that. If I can just put,
Last question, Mr. Mpofu.
yes, Chairperson. I also put to you that your answer that when you were addressing the NUM meeting and you referred to a force that is bound to destroy the ANC and so on, that you were not referring to Lonmin, you were referring to AMCU, and your answer to that effect is you are being untruthful.
This last question, what's your answer to that?
Mr. Chairman, I've been a trade unionist. I will never refer to other workers as counter to or being in opposition or trying to discourage them. They've got the right. That is why even in my speech, I mentioned the right to associate. And I think earlier on I elaborated that the biggest challenge in Lonmin at that time was the management. And there was a perception that management is there to destroy work or to divide workers. That's what I said earlier on, and I stand by that.
All right, thank you.
Well,
All right, Mr. Mpofu,
Chairperson, if I can just follow up on this, please. I'm going to put just two propositions, Chairperson.
no, Mr. Mpofu, I'm sorry. I've given you more time than
Chairperson,
than I allotted to you.
I'm sorry, Chairperson.
I'm
too.
sorry too, but I'm not going to allow you to
Well,
continue. We will now take the adjournment.
Chairperson, I must put on record that this is unfair to the people I represent. This commission has been allowed to reduce the number of times that other people are saying. It's grossly unfair.
be sent to the Minister for a reply, I shall do so. But perhaps this can be interpreted to the people present in the hearing who don't quite understand what's going on. They think we're being unfair because we've imposed time limits. We've imposed time limits because we've got to finish in the time which we've been given. And it's important that we do finish so we can hear so that we can consider the written arguments we get, hear the exchanges that take place when the written arguments are highlighted and in oral hearings and questions are put to council. And so thereafter we can write our report. I don't think anybody here wants us to say we can't write our report because we haven't heard all the evidence. So that's an important point. I personally would have preferred to have had time limits from early on, but my views on the matter did not prevail. But I can understand the impression created. But we've done a number of things to speed things up. We've finally persuaded the department to bring in simultaneous translation, which has helped. But there were witnesses called from the side of the strikers who were cross-examined at great length, and I can understand their discomfiture to see the present crop of witnesses are not dealt with in the same way. But we have to do the best we can with the time available. I believe we can, if we stick to the time limits, do the job we've been called upon to do and produce the report which will, I believe, address the questions we've been asked to deal with. But I've said to Mr. Mpofu on several occasions that I'm a bit like the father who's got 1,000 rand in his bank account. The son comes to me and says, please give me 10,000. And I say, I'd love to give you 10,000, but I've only got 1,000 rand in my bank account. Now, Mr. Mpofu, with his usual good nature, has accepted that. And I'm sure that that point is understood by those to whom I'm primarily addressing at the moment. They will realize that what may appear to be unfairness isn't intended to be so, and I believe ultimately will not have the result of being unfair. Mr. Funas, I believe you want to cross-examine the witness. You've got half an hour. You've got half an hour. It looks as if the microphone in the seat in front of you is working. Well, it was working a minute ago.
Working. Problem. I wonder, can I take it out?
May I say this, that we've given, he's got a microphone. We've given Mr. Funas half an hour, which means we will have to sit a little bit later this afternoon than we normally do in order to accommodate re-examination. But you've got half an hour, Mr. Funas, and thereafter, Mr. Bowdenhorst, we will give you a short time to re-examine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Shabangu, RP on behalf of Lonmin. I'd like to refer you to page 10 of Exhibit Quadruple Q1. If you could go there, please, and if we could have it up on the screen, please. You've already been cross-examined on this document, and you've already confirmed that the force that you refer to is in fact Lonmin. Is that correct?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's what we call Exhibit Quadruple Q1.7.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Forgive my interrupting.
Minister Shabangu, you testified that the force which you say is determined to remove NUM from the face of the earth is Lonmin.
I agree.
And you testified that you arrived at this conclusion after assessing the facts. Do you recall saying that?
Mr. Chairman, let me explain. If the Mr. Fanas, okay. Mr. Fanas. We have a history with Lonmin, where even prior to what happened in Marikane, where we're exchanging correspondence which was showing that the company indeed, many things were done by Lonmin, including dismissals of workers, and some of the issues were raised, and racial issues were raised with us.
Minister, your allegation is that Lonmin wanted to remove NUM from the face of the earth.
Yes, if they, Mr. Chairman, Lonmin at that point was a company, when you look at the general trend in the mining industry, which was more like in a space of divide and rule of workers, even before the incidents of Marikana in August.
And you're aware of the fact that 2 Lonmin security guards lost their lives protecting NUM's office.
I am very much aware.
Hardly the behavior of an employer who wants to wipe NUM off the face of the earth, is it?
Well, we need to, I also need, Mr. Chairman, to bring to your attention, they had to do it because those offices were within reach of the company, and those were company premises which they had allowed NUM to be part of.
And Minister, neither NUM nor MQ, and I say it with all respect to my learned friend Mr. Mpofu, even Mr. Mpofu hasn't put a version before this commission that Lonmin wanted to wipe NUM off the face of the earth.
Well, Mr. Van As, if a company has tendencies of dividing workers and treating workers in a particular way, that signifies an intention of doing away or not being happy with the union.
And this is a very serious allegation you're making against Lonmin, is it not?
Well, Mr. Van As, indeed, it is a serious allegation, or it's a fact, it's not an allegation. It does not start here, Mr. Chairman. It's an issue which was there even before this particular incident.
And can you please explain to the Commission why you made no mention of it in your statement?
I was dealing with issues relating to from the 9th of August. But the characterization of the behavior of Lonmin was not about this particular period, has been there even before.
And you also made no mention of it in your evidence in chief.
Well, my evidence in chief talks about the incidents from the 9 to the 16.
Let's look at the document in question. There's reference to Amplats and a loss of jobs over there in paragraph 3. Do you see that?
Which document are you referring to?
The newspaper report that you quoted in.
He's referring to page 10 of the bundle.
It's
What
up
we
on the
call-
screen.
what we
I
call
thought
quadruple
it's up
Q-
there. I'm looking at the...
Quadruple Q 1.7.
The union said this week that it lost 44,000 members over the past year, with more losses expected to be confirmed when Amplats, the world's largest platinum mine, completes a union verification exercise shortly. The exodus from NUM followed a violent and chaotic recruitment campaign by the rival Association of Mine Workers and Construction Union, AMCU. Do you see that, Minister
I
Shabangu?
can see that, it's true.
Now, why on earth would there be reference to this in this newspaper report if you were talking about Lonmin being the sinister force determined to remove NUM off the face of the earth?
Well, it's the company itself, because the issues raised before, for me, was an issue that Lonmin was not happy with the union, or a strong union.
Well, Minister Shabangu, with the greatest of respect, all the evidence before this commission up to this stage indicates exactly the opposite.
Well,
Let me please finish. The criticism that Lonmin has faced on the evidence leaders from various parties, and with respect, has been alluded by the Commission itself, is that it should have spoken to the workers and to AMCU, and that it should not instead have insisted on only speaking to NUM through organized structures.
Mr. Chairman, when you characterize a situation, you don't characterize or look at it from the immediate. You look at the history of the behavior of a particular person or subject. In this case, it was not about the characterization only of what was going on. If you look at me, I was addressing NUM on the issue of how best they need to move forward.
In relation to membership, Minister Shabangu.
In relation to a behavior which is cropping in the country where we see a lot of forces coming in, as we characterize them with an intention of weakening, or some of them cropping in through by various managers with an intention of weakening the unions.
The unions or NUM, Minister Shabangu?
I must say unions in general. But in this particular space, because I was talking to mine workers, it was in relation to this. But generally in the country, there is a trend when it comes to unions to be weakened in many ways.
And can you please explain why you make absolutely no reference to Lonmin itself in this article? Such a serious allegation.
I was addressing workers about the general situation in the country. And when it arises in the commission, in respect of this, I'm mentioning Lonmin in particular because we're here about Lonmin. But the general trend, I had indicated when Impala had challenges. Again, there was an issue of workers being divided and some of the workers being frog march in that process. So it's everybody here, or it's all the mines which, or employers in the mining industry which were undermining workers' rights.
So it's not only Lonmin, it's Amplats and Implats as well.
Mainly it's Lonmin in that particular space and Implats. Those were the unions, if I have to characterize where I'm referring to here.
What we'll be arguing before the Commission, and I must afford you an opportunity to comment on, Minister, is who you're referring to over here as AMCU. The force who you saw determined to remove NUM from the face of the earth was AMCU. Not Lonmin, not Impala, not Amplat.
Mr. Chairman, that's your own opinion. I will never, ever, ever see a new union being a rival. I will never, ever. Always is the employer who's the cause of the tension and the conflict.
Always the employer, Minister Shabangu.
Indeed so.
The Minister of Mineral Resources in an open forum, or the former Minister of Mineral Resources in an open forum, is saying that the employer is always responsible for problems on mines.
Mr. Van As, through you, Mr. Chair, indeed, employers are responsible for many, many ills which happens in any industry.
No, Minister Shabangu, the employer is always responsible for all problems on mines. That is your evidence.
Well, Mr. Van As, through you, Mr. Chair, indeed, if you want me to bring evidence, some of them has been led here, where Lonmin specifically was altering some of the commitments it has made to the department.
And what on earth has that got to do with wiping NUM from the face of the earth?
That's part of a union or bosses which are hostile to unions, and there's nothing new. Through the number of years in South Africa, we've seen bosses who are hell-bent to wipe off unions from the earth.
I'd like to also take you to exhibit quadruple Q2, please, if we could have that up on the screen. We could go to the second page, please. My instructions are that this document was both hand-delivered and emailed to your office, Minister Shabangu.
Well, Mr. Van As, I never saw this document.
And isn't that unfortunate? Because you'll see one of the recommendations, if you look at the last bullet point, is perhaps you can invite NUM and AMCU top leadership with our executives and others in the mining industry to meet with you in an effort to understand the drivers of the situation, but at the very least issue a joint statement condemning the violence and urging all to work together to restore peace and stability.
Well, Mr. Van As, through you, Mr. Chair, if you look at the statement which I had issued earlier on when I was in Brakpan, I spoke about the parties coming together. I spoke about I spoke about recognition or realizing the law. People have to abide by the law and work towards making sure that they find an amicable solution. So, Mr. Chair, I want to once more state, right from the beginning, I indicated, whilst for them it might be an exhibit from their side, I was out of the office the whole week, and therefore it only came to my attention on the 19th, which was a Monday, when I was back at the office.
Perhaps let me ask the question more clearly, Minister Shabangu. That's hardly the approach or the offer of an employer who's intent on removing a union from the face of the earth, is it?
Well, Mr. Van As, if you look at this, that's your own perception or your own opinion. It might come up because the employer realizes that they're in trouble.
I see. And you're also aware of the fact that a number of people have been killed on the Platinum Belt, both during that strike and the subsequent strike in 2014, and for that matter, during the life of the Commission.
I am aware, Mr. Fanas.
Allegations of kill the numb. Are you aware of those allegations having been made? Witnesses having given evidence before this Commission that such allegations, such words were chanted?
Well, Mr. Van As, I've stated here that this was an issue which was long there, not only during this particular era.
You're aware of those allegations of violence and allegations of kill the numb? Please answer the question.
It's hard to say yes, she was, but she's been around for a long time. I think that's her answer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Allegations of kill the numb made during the strike of 9 to 16 August.
Well, Mr. Van As, I've never ever heard about an allegation which you're stating. I've never said that it never referred to kill the numb on the 16th. And I don't remember hearing that too.
I don't know if you heard about it, but on the 15th, the evidence was that when Mr. Sekwana went to address the strikers at the Kopi, there was a chant or a song, kill Num, kill Sekwana. And Mr. Sekwana tried to address the people, they didn't listen. So he left, and then Mr. Batunjwa came. He got a different reception. So, but were you following the events, watching television news bulletins?
Well, as you know, Mr. Chair, that some of us don't have sufficient time to sit next to the television because sometimes you come back at night.
Oh, no. On this particular occasion, though, on the evening of the 15th of August, did you watch the TV news bulletin? I'm not sure it broadcast that, but that was an event that happened on the 15th.
Mr. Chair, on the 15th, I was preparing for my Women's Day, and I came back at home at 9 o'clock.
What I want to put to you with respect, Minister Shabangu, is that it's unfortunate and indeed irresponsible that you make remarks like removing unions off the face of the earth under circumstances in which a number of people have unfortunately, a number of union leaders from both sides have unfortunately been killed during the course of this Commission of Inquiry.
Well, Mr. Chair, may I also say, in my life, before I've seen, as we built this democracy, even pre-democracy, where union indeed were wiped off the earth.
And I want to afford you an opportunity to withdraw the comment that you made during this newspaper report, in this newspaper article. Do you wish to do so?
Well, I'm unable to do that.
Right. Well, that's even more unfortunate. And then finally, I'd like to refer you to page 27 of Exhibit Quadruple Q1. I think that's item Quadruple Q 1.10, Mr. Chairperson, the last page. This is an extract from your address to Parliament on the 21st of August 2012. I'd like to refer you to the page on top of the paragraph on top of the page. And these are your own words, Minister Shabangu. Finally, I should like to make an appeal to this House, not only to share in our nation's collective grief.
Can you give a chance? You said what page?
It's up on the screen. It's the last page. top paragraph. Are you with me, Minister Shabangu? Finally, I should like to make an appeal to this House not only to share in our nation's collective grief, which all our members already do, but to exercise restraint when it comes to rushing to judgments pending the outcome of the inquiry. And that's exactly what you did, Minister Shabangu. You rushed to a judgment pending the outcome of this inquiry by unfairly blaming my client.
Well, Mr. Van As, in this particular case, we found people rushing ahead in terms of the commission, and on the basis of that, I was referring to this particular commission because there were people who wanted to make particular statements in respect of the commission itself.
And you do not believe making a statement that one of the parties to this commission is actually intent on crushing one of the representative trade unions is rushing to a conclusion that can have an effect on the findings of the commission?
Well, that statement in South Africa, we have a history of, as I've indicated, Mr. Chair, of companies getting rid or destroying unions. Even in this democracy, we still see that happening. So we are warning NUM to be careful. Instead of fighting amongst themselves, they need to unite.
Let me try once more. You do not believe you prejudged one of the very issues that this commission is required to determine by making the public statement you made to NUM?
Well, Mr. Van As, unless you are not from South Africa, there's a history in this country which continues, which has not completely been eradicated, where undermining of unions still continue in this country.
And is that not one of the issues that this commission is supposed to have a look at, whether Lonmin in fact treated its unions fairly?
Well, it's your opinion that they treated their work fairly. Or
Please listen to my question, Minister Shabangu. Is that not one of the issues that this union is looking at? Sorry, I beg your pardon, this commission is looking at?
Well,
Lonmin's attitude and behavior towards trade unions.
well, that's another aspect, but I was talking to NUM to make sure that they become strong and they don't fight amongst themselves, Mr. Chair.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Vanaz. Mr. Badenhorst, do you have re-examination of the witness?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
No question. Sorry? Yes, very well. Then that concludes the evidence for today. I take it Mr. Nzuza is not ready to continue his evidence. That he will do tomorrow morning?
No, I think he was part of the walkout that just happened, Chairperson.
I see. All right. Well, then we'll adjourn then till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.